the Clauchrie wind farm inquiry. Can I first check that people can hear me and have some thumbs up? Yes, that's good. So last week we considered landscape and visual matters, and this week we're holding an inquiry session into hydrology, including private water supplies. That'll take place today and tomorrow. Then a hearing session on socioeconomics and tourism on Thursday, and then we're having a more informal session with the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere on Friday. So in this hydrology session, I'm expecting to hear from 3 witnesses, Mr. Ritchie for the applicant, Ms. Lobban for South Ayrshire Council, and from the Mr. and Mrs. Shaw, Ms. Kendall, Ms. Spinks group. So can I first just check that all the parties, I think I've heard the conversation just now, so I think our technology is working, but if I could just ask you to formally introduce yourselves, please, starting with, is this Mr. MacLeod for the applicant?
Good morning, sir. Ewan MacLeod, solicitor with Shepherd and Wedderburn, and I'm representing the applicant today. And as you said, I will have one witness, Mr. Zach Ritchie, who is the head of civil engineering and hydrology at ITP Environment Energised Limited.
Okay, thank you, Mr. MacLeod. And Mr. Campbell.
So good morning, I'm John Campbell, I'm a Queen's Counsel and I'm representing South Ayrshire Council on the instructions of their legal department, and I have with me Ms. Connie Lobban, an enforcement officer in the employment of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. And Mr. Shaw, I take it that you're representing your group in this inquiry session.
Yes, indeed I am. So Ms. Spinks and Ms. Kendall are fortunate enough to have jobs to go to, and I'm the only one who's available today.
Okay, well, I'm sure you'll represent their interests very well. So good. If I could remind you then, please, to mute yourselves when you're not speaking today and to turn off your videos if you're not actively participating. I made various announcements at the start of the inquiry last week, which I won't repeat now, regarding matters such as the webcasting of procedures, COVID restrictions, and the inquiry timetable and process. But if people do want to hear what I said then, that can all be viewed on the webcast for the 24th of May, which is available on the DPEA webcasting site. So we have 2 days scheduled for this session and only 3 witnesses to hear from. So I think we have time to hear the precognitions read, if parties are happy to do that. If not in full, then at least the most pertinent parts. Are there any procedural points that anybody wishes to make at this stage before we start with the evidence?
I think the only point from my perspective, sir, is similar to last week. Mr. Ritchie is in the same room as me, but he is suitably socially distanced. So just to make you aware of that, and to confirm that we will adhere to the COVID restrictions, obviously.
Okay, thank you, Mr. MacLeod. Well, if there's nothing else, then if I can come back to you, Mr. MacLeod, to lead your first witness, please.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Ritchie, as indicated by the reporter, if you could please read your precognition, and there will be a couple of points where I will ask you some supplementary questions arising from the precognitions of some of the other witnesses. I'll hand over to you, and if you'd like to just begin reading at paragraph 1.
Okay. Good morning, inquiry. My name is Zach Ritchie. I'm head of civil engineering and hydrology at ITP Energised. The full details of my experience and expertise related to this inquiry are set out in my inquiry report. My precognition should be read in conjunction with the applicant's documents referred to within the precognition report. Those documents already deal with the majority of points raised by other parties. So my precognition therefore focuses on summarising the key issues and responding to any new points raised in the documents that have been lodged. I joined ITP in June 2020, and a detailed introduction and handover of the project was provided by colleagues who prepared the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, the EIAR. Following the objection raised by South Ayrshire Council in response to the Section 36 application, I authored the extended desk study regarding private water supplies dated August 2020. This sought to address any concerns raised by South Ayrshire Council in their response to the Section 36 application. Although the desk study confirmed the absence of any material risk to the identified private water supplies, I undertook a confirmatory field survey on the 5th of March. This informed my production of the inquiry statement and report dated 15th of March and 12th of April. Subsequent to this, and following receipt of South Ayrshire Council's private water supply inquiry statement dated 15th of March, this unexpectedly raised concerns regarding Black Clauchrie property, PWS 07, Creeside, PWS 08, and Arnameen, PWS 09. Therefore, it was incumbent upon me to undertake an additional survey to investigate these properties, which were not considered in any detail within the Environmental Impact Assessment Report. As a result, an additional site survey note was submitted to the DPEA on the 22nd April. I understand my duty to the inquiry and confirm the opinions expressed throughout. The evidence provided are my own and professionally independent. Moving on to section 2. The approach and methodology used to complete the hydrology, hydrogeology and private water supply assessment is set out in chapter 7 of the EIAR and summarised within section 5 of my inquiry report. It follows best practice and was subject to consultation through formal scoping opinion at the outset of the project, and this is detailed in chapter 5 of the EIAR. With reference to technical appendix 5.2 of chapter 5 of the EIAR, we do note that South Ayrshire Council raised no specific concerns regarding private water supply in response to the scoping opinion. As outlined in my inquiry report and chapter 7 of the EIAR, I do not consider the proposed development will result in any material effects on the water environment, including groundwater, surface water, or private water supply sources. Specifically relating to private water supplies, section 8 of my inquiry report concludes none of the private water supply sources identified have a viable and complete source pathway receptor linkage to the proposed development. They cannot therefore be impacted, and there is no risk to the identified sources. Hypothetically speaking, even if there was a potential source pathway receptor linkage from the development areas to private water supplies, the potential risk would remain negligible due to the careful site layout design and by the implementation of mitigation and well-established wind farm construction practices included within the EIAR. These practices and mitigation techniques have been successfully used at the nearby Clauchrie, Markhill and Kilgallick wind farms. These are all constructed in the same major surface water catchments and bulk geology units. This demonstrates such developments at the site location can be safely constructed without impairment to the local hydrogeological, hydrological and private water supply source receptors. The applicant has confirmed that there have been no environmental incidents, reports or public complaints in relation to private water supplies during the construction of these wind farms, nor during the operation to date. And we can confirm the applicant has not received any complaints from South Ayrshire Council regarding impacts to private water supplies at these nearby constructed wind farms. Many supplies of which do have direct and complete source pathway receptor linkages to the developments, unlike the private water supplies at proposed Clauchrie wind farm development. Moving on to section 3. The objectors have submitted a number of documents related to Whiteley and Snedden Law wind farms. These wind farms are located in completely different hydrological settings, within distinctly different geological units and unique hydrogeological properties. Therefore, bears no resemblance to the site-specific geological, hydrogeological and hydrological conditions at the proposed development site. For that reason, I do not believe it's appropriate to compare the proposed development with those said wind farms. More appropriately, I have drawn specific reference to and comparison to the nearby constructed Clauchrie, Markhill and Clauchrie wind farm sites, which are also operated by SPR. These are in almost identical hydrological, hydrogeological and geological settings to the proposed development. These operational wind farms have not resulted in any impairment to private water supply during construction or operation, as detailed above. The objectors have also submitted a document titled Decorative Ponds. This document contains information specifically relating to the Ferter property, PWS 03. It does not contain any information which alters or challenges my understanding of the private water supply source or catchment. Moving on to section 3.2, South Ayrshire Council. Ms Lobin raises concerns of borrow pits and forestry works associated with the proposed development, affecting the private water supply sources, and that's referenced in section 10 and 11 of her inquiry report. None of the private water supply source catchments have a viable, complete source pathway receptor linkage to the proposed development, as mentioned previously. This includes borrow pits and associated forestry works, and I have discussed this in detail within section 7.2 of my inquiry report. The introduction of borrow pits and forestry have been successfully applied at the adjacent Clauchrie, Markhill and Clauchrie wind farms, which were approved by South Ayrshire Council, and no deterioration of private water supply sources has occurred, despite many of these having direct and complete source pathway receptor linkages to the site. Ms Logan has produced a private water supply map as part of her evidence for the inquiry. This map includes her interpretation of the private water supply sources, types and catchment areas. I do have significant reservations with the accuracy of the source catchments contained in the map, which appear to be drawn by hand and based on no scientific or evidence-based data, and in some instances can contradict the very basic and fundamental principles of hydrology, hydrogeology and indeed gravity. I note Ms Loban has not visited every property and its private water supply source, and has incorrectly reported the locations of some of the property source intakes, Treeside and Craig and Ray, for example. I can confirm I have visited every private water supply source location except Ferter, which was previously visited by my colleagues who prepared the environmental impact assessment report. And I have reported the true location of the source intakes, and this is demonstrated in my confirmatory site visit memorandums and the various details and drawings included within my inquiry report. Did you want to?
On you go.
Given my reservations about the methodology adopted by Ms Loban in her interpretation of the private water supply source catchments, I produced a set of drawings that overlays my catchment areas and Ms Loban's hand-drawn catchment areas, and the differences are obvious and in some cases very significant, and I believe that these differences do need to be looked at in more detail. The catchments shown in my inquiry report have been defined using standard methodology. and with reference to industry standard scientific data sets. The first step in the catchment delineation is to extract digital information from the online system maintained by the Flood Estimation Handbook Service. This service is run by the Institute on the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, CEH, and it's based on the Institute of Hydrology digital terrain model based on a 50-metre grid. The catchment is then sense-checked against available digital terrain modelling data, 5-metre resolution, my site observations, the field survey team site observations during the EIA, and a review of the FEH catchment descriptors and the site geology, including reference to British Geological Survey datasets. Once that process is complete, the catchment is then delineated using the FEH software and then adjusted to the PWS source intake location with reference to the surrounding DTM data, digital terrain model data.
Now then, Mr. Ritchie, before you read on, you'll have seen in Mr. Shaw's precognition, he raises a number of concerns about your assessment of private water supplies and the impact of the development on them. I wonder if we could have a look, please, at both document APP 2.1 that you've been discussing and Mr. Shaw's precognition. And we can maybe just run through the points that he has raised, and you can explain to the reporter your views of those concerns by reference to document APP 2.1.
I'm just trying to find Mr. Shaw's precognition.
That's fine. Just take your time and we'll make sure that everybody's got hold of a copy of both documents before we start going through those.
What document number is the precognition for Mr. Shaw?
And I'm not sure whether it actually has a document number, given that it's a precognition.
It's in the folder marked.
It's in the folder marked parties evidence.
Ah, right, okay, that's what that's. Thank you.
Okay. So if we start at page 3, Mr. Shaw begins by talking about the Craig and Ray property.
Yeah.
And it might be helpful to have document APP 2.1 and drawing number 7, first of all, which deals with Craig and Ray.
Okay.
I'll just check everybody's got access to those, especially the reporter.
Yes, I'm looking at that now.
Great, thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Ritchie. So, Mr. Shaw, in his precognition, says that you've misidentified the supply and says that the failure to identify the primary supply and the nature of it is rather fundamental. It's well known that the source of water from boreholes may come from many miles away. So your comments on that, please.
Well, I can confirm that we actually, as part of our response to the Section 36 application that South Ayrshire Council provided, and the additional the desktop study that I did thereafter, we actually were the first to actually identify that the additional supply mentioned. So there are two supplies at Craigenray. There is a surface water abstraction from the local watercourse, and there is a deep borehole. So both supply intakes have been identified. The surface water intake, if referring to drawing 7 of my inquiry report, you can see the infrastructure in the photographs there, which show the intake header tank from the watercourse heading down towards the property, and you can see the catchment area that has been estimated by the methodology I described previously. And as can quite clearly be seen on the OS map image, the extent of that surface water catchment is significantly away from the nearest proposed infrastructure, and hydrologically speaking, disconnected from the site entirely. The deep borehole that is reported at Craigenray is reported to be about 60 metres deep, and that will draw water in from the local bedrock aquifer, which has low bulk permeability, and the nature of flow within the bedrock aquifer is dominated by minor fractures and fissures. The elevation of Craigenray itself, the property, and therefore the borehole itself, when you convert that to meters AOD and compare that to the site elevation, it's quite clear to see when you reference the BGS document, Scotland's Aquifers, which describes the nature of groundwater flow within the bedrock aquifer, that it is not at an elevation which could be reasonably connected to the site. And in between that, there are significant, there's a watercourse which is provided, the Cairn 4 burn, which would act as a hydraulic barrier essentially to any deeper groundwater flow, and it would be expected, based on the nature of the aquifer, that any fractures or fissures which may originate within the site to that bedrock aquifer would issue in the Cairn 4 burn catchment prior to being able to reach the property itself. So I do not believe that the deep borehole at Craigenray is hydraulically connected to the site in any way, shape or form.
Okay, thank you. The second property that Mr. Shaw refers to is Ferter, PWS 03, and that can be found at drawing number 9 in document APP 2.1.
Okay.
So in Mr. Shaw's precognition, he raises a number of concerns, and in essence, I think suggests that you've misidentified the source of the private water supply, and refers in particular to issues around the coloration of water. And again, can you just give the reporter your comments on those criticisms?
Yeah. So the supply well at Ferter has been visited by my colleagues during field surveys which informed the EIA. It is understood from documents provided by Mr. Shaw, an independent report by SAC Consulting, which is, I believe, one of Mr. Shaw's documents he will reference, that the well is between 5 and 7 meters deep. And Mr. Shaw has indicated that the level in the well falls during dry periods, which does suggest that there is a correlation to rainfall patterns and surface water flow. But this admittedly may also coincide with increased water use. The description I gave in my inquiry report of the supply at Ferta, just bring myself back up to the right section. Was shallow groundwater plus surface water contributions. And I believe that South Ayrshire Council have also given it the same description as well. So in essence, there can be two potential groundwater sources to that well. It can either be bulk permeability within the superficial aquifer, which comprises a mixture of glacial till, alluvials, silts, gravel, sands, and we'll have, depending on where you are, round about the proximity to the site, we'll have varied permeability. But it can be expected that closer to the watercourses, which indeed there are watercourses which flow directly past the property, can be expected that groundwater present within the local glacial deposits would be in somewhat continuity with the nearby watercourses. If beneath the superficial deposits, you will be into the bedrock geology, the weathered zone of the bedrock geology. And the bedrock geology at site is described as the Kirkholm Formation. And although it has low bulk permeability, the weathered surface zone of that bedrock aquifer will essentially act as a gravel and will permit groundwater flow through that zone. And so the well is either abstracting from the overlying superficial deposits, or it is abstracting from the weathered zone of the Kirkholm Formation. And both of these types of sources are in continuity with the surface water catchment. That's just gravity. That's described in the BGS report, British Geological Survey report, Scotland's aquifers and groundwater bodies, which specifically states that groundwater flow within the Kirkholm Formation, within the shallow depth of the formation, is in continuity with surface water catchments. So I believe we have interpreted the source at Ferta correctly one way or another. We described it as a shallow groundwater source, which can either be from the superficial aquifer or from the underlying weathered zone of the bedrock aquifer.
And what about the suggestion that the coloration of the water demonstrates that you've got it wrong?
Well, the coloration, I'm led to believe, is that it's clear, and that would be consistent with my understanding. The surface water in the area would tend to be brown in colour due to the nature of the soils and being peaty and the forestry, the commercial forestry works. And that would demonstrate that if the water's clear at intake, at the intake level, then clearly that it's either one of those groundwater sources or the surface water, which may contribute to the well as well, is filtered through the superficial deposits that are there.
So the filtering process explains the clarity of the water.
Yes, essentially. My impression, my understanding is that the majority of the supply to the well will be from groundwater. The surface water contributions would be fairly limited, given the topography and geology at the site. So yeah, as I said, I think we're in agreement in terms of what the supply is at Ferta.
Okay, thank you. Next one is White Clauchrie, PWS 04, which is drawing number 10. And Mr. Shaw says the location of the abstraction point appears to be correctly identified and referenced. Nature of the supply does not appear to be correctly identified. Abstraction point is in a field which is otherwise dry except downhill of the abstraction point. This, we believe, indicates more of a spring type of water source than the shallow groundwater suggested by ITPE. So comments on that, please.
The White Clauchrie private water supply 4. That is also described in my inquiry report as being shallow groundwater plus surface water contributions. And that shallow groundwater, as I said previously, encompasses shallow spring supply and bulk permeability within the superficial aquifer.
Okay, so not really much to add on that one then. Next is Shallow Well, PWS 05, and that is drawing number 011 in APP 2.1. And again, I think we've got a reference to the coloration, but Mr. Shaw suggests that the actual supply is believed to be spring water, not shallow groundwater, as suggested. Yeah. Is that a similar answer to the ones that you've given previously?
Yes, I think this is probably just a terminology issue. Shallow groundwater was supposed to encompass shallow springs and shallow groundwater within the superficial geology, and that principle applies to wherever I've described that in the inquiry report. And therefore, on that basis, the catchment areas that have been delineated, as I mentioned in detail for Craig and Ray property, are correlated to the surface water catchments. Therefore, we can use surface water catchments as a proxy to estimate the shallow groundwater catchments.
Great. Next one is Mark, PWS 06, which is shown on drawing 012. And you'll recall, Mr. Ritchie, that there was reference, I think, for the first time to the borehole in Mr. Shaw's precognition and also in the precognition of the council. Now, you've had a look at the borehole, and can you just explain to the reporter your understanding of what the borehole shows and its significance for the private water supply at Mark?
Yeah, certainly. Just give me a minute to get the relevant document up here. So, yes, the borehole was identified as part of the precognition reports, I believe, provided by Mr. Shaw. And previously, that no investigations from South Ayrshire Council or ourselves had any evidence that there was a deep borehole in use there. We did source a borehole log from the BGS website, which provides information about the drilling of that borehole. I should say that it doesn't actually demonstrate that it is in use. It's simply a drill log. It doesn't provide any evidence whatsoever that that is the primary supply to the property. Notwithstanding, the borehole is screened between 33 and 42 metres below ground level, which corresponds to an elevation of 113 to 122 metres AOD. that borehole is sunk into the Dalrea formation, which is also a grey whack similar to the Kirkholm formation. But it is on the other side of the identified Glen App fault, which you can just about make out on the relevant drawing, drawing 12 of the inquiry report. No, in fact, I've misquoted there. It's actually on the catchment comparison drawings, which we can come to later if we need to. So that borehole is not at an elevation which is in continuity with the site. The main development area is about 300 metres AOD, and as reported by BGS in their Scotland's Aquifer document, the deepest fracture flows are reported to be around 100 metres, and therefore any deeper fracture flows, which are already scarce as reported by the BGS, would have already issued as a spring above the elevation of the marked property itself. And given the presence of the fault line, which runs a similar plane along the muck water itself, the watercourse, the nature of that fault is a slip strike fault, essentially, whereby two geological units have slid next to each other. That would also have created a preferential pathway vertically through the bed of the aquifer, and in the extremely unlikely event there is a deeper fracture than the 100-metre depth as reported, that would encounter this fault line, and water would preferably discharge vertically deeper into the aquifer, again providing a hydraulic buffer to the borehole at Mark. So I do not believe that that is in continuity with the development in any way, shape or form. The other intake at Mark, which was identified during my site surveys, is shown on drawing 12 and is quite clearly demarcated on the photographs. This is believed to be either a shallow groundwater source as well, either again local bulk permeability within the superficial deposits or from a local spring. Either way, it is on the opposite side of the muck water and hydraulically disconnected from the site and therefore cannot be affected.
Perhaps just going back to the point about the fault line, it might be worthwhile just having a very quick look at drawing 001, which is in APP 2.1. That's a drawing called Private Water Supplies Overview. You have that, sir?
Just give me 10 seconds, please.
Yes, certainly.
I'm sorry, can I ask which document that was, please?
Certainly. It's APP 2.1 and it's drawing number 001, which is called Private Water Supplies Overview. So it's just after Appendix 2. There's a series of drawings.
I've got that now.
In fact, confusingly, I see that there are actually two drawing 001s. This is the second one. So in sequence, we should have 001 Private Water Supplies Overview, 002 Major Catchments Overview, and then there's a third drawing, in mine at least, which is also called 001 Private Water Supplies Overview but it has a series of pink shadings on it, if everybody has that to hand.
Yeah.
Okay, and again, just for orientation, Mr. Ritchie, we can see the mark property on the left-hand side of that drawing.
Yeah.
We can see that it's within an area shaded rose colour, and that to the south of that there's an area shaded, might describe that as salmon pink. And as I understand it, what you've explained to the inquiry is that the line between those two is where the fault occurs.
Well, it's where the fault occurred. Yeah.
Occurred, yes. And we can see, in fact, reference at top middle of that page to the Glenap fault, which runs all the way down. And I think your evidence was that, in essence, the fault line is, at least as far as the mark property is concerned, it's largely where the muck water is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Follows a similar pathway.
Yeah. So in simple layman's terms, mark is on the other side of both a fault and a river.
Yes. And the fault itself, what happens when the two bulk geological units slipped, it creates a line of weakness. And that's why the depth of the muck water valley is as deep as it is, because it's much more easily erodable once that fault has occurred. Okay.
Thank you. So I think those are the only private water supplies that Mr. Shaw has raised. If we maybe just return to your precognition now, and I'll ask you to read from paragraph 18 to the end, and then I'll have some supplementary questions about Miss Lobin's evidence.
Okay. So picking up at paragraph 18, the bodies that I've used to delineate my catchment areas are the UK leading bodies in their respective fields. It's unbiased information. It's relied upon by regulators, consultants, engineers, and scientists across the board for hydrological, hydrogeological, and geological information. Information and studies produced from these bodies is seen as a standard. As far as I'm aware, there are no alternative bodies or sources of similar information within the UK which challenge the credentials of these institutions. Miss Lobin's interpretation of Ferter, White Clauchrie and Shallock Well source catchments in her private water supply map, which is SAC 3.2, are frankly implausible and significantly diverge from the conclusions outlined in my inquiry report by a wide margin. There's a quote from South Ayrshire Council's private water supply inquiry statement, which states the following: catchment areas for the properties of Ferter, White Clauchrie, Shallock Well and Mark are of surface water and natural spring mix, though surface water appears to make up the bulk of the catchments within this, which supply the source pickups and then feed the supply to the properties. The above source description is broadly similar with my interpretation, although I do not believe that surface water catchments make up the bulk. The source catchments presented in South Ayrshire Council's private water supply map include catchment areas of adjacent and hydrologically separate minor watercourses as contributing to the source intake, which in turn extends the catchment areas into the proposed development areas, giving a false impression that there is a source pathway receptor linkage. The interpretation of these catchment areas is simply implausible and incorrect. Water cannot flow uphill, and shallow groundwater at the site cannot transfer between catchment areas. The opposite is true. whereby shallow groundwater at the site discharges to local watercourses. The incorrect depiction of these catchments is fundamentally flawed and contradicts the very basic principles of hydrology, hydrogeology and gravity. As explained in my inquiry statement and my inquiry report, and above, independent and widely recognised national institutions such as the CEH and BGS report shallow groundwater and surface springs to be closely correlated to the local surface water catchments at the site location. This is confirmed via my site observations and discussions with property owners who advise water levels in their wells respond quickly to local rainfall patterns. Those properties are Creeside and Arnameen, who I did speak to those residents. An independent review of the Ferter private water supply source commissioned by Mr. Shaw as part of his evidence states the following, which potentially corroborates this relationship. The depth of the well is believed to be 3 metres according to Mr. Shaw. The well sits adjacent to a flowing stream at a pond that's 5 to 7 metres in depth. Mr. Shaw indicated that the level in the well falls during dry periods with the surface water, which may indicate a correlation between the well and surface water. But that may also be dependent on use. Fundamentally, shallow groundwater and surface water cannot flow between river catchments. It is localised to themselves. Ms. Lobin's private water supply map clearly suggests that there is inter-catchment flow between catchments, and this is particularly pertinent at Ferter, White Clauchrie and Shallock Well properties. We did produce a catchment comparison document, which is document app APP 2.21, which we may come on to soon, and that includes that shows the catchments overlain. As alluded to previously, the catchments that have been drawn by Ms. Lobin are implausible and contradicts the very basic principles of hydrology, hydrogeology and gravity. Water cannot flow uphill or transfer between river catchments.
Great. Now, before you read your conclusion section, Mr. Ritchie, could I ask you please just have a look at Ms. Lobin's precognition, and there are a couple of paragraphs that I wanted to get your comments on. So just make sure you've got that.
Okay.
Okay. And everyone else got access to that as well? Okay. So the first paragraph that I wanted to ask you about appears at the top of page 3. And Ms. Lobin says there, it appears that desk studies have been the chosen method of assessment, as opposed to my request and planning conditions, etc. Do you accept that desk studies have been the chosen method of assessment in considering the environmental impacts of this proposal?
No, I do not. It is demonstrably incorrect. Multiple field studies were undertaken to inform the EIAR, as detailed in section 5.2 of chapter 7 of the EIAR, and my inquiry report, which provides an overview of the survey undertaken. There were a total of 5 visits by the EIA team to inform the chapter 7 of the EIAR, and private water supply assessment was, and under review of local watercourses, geology and catchments was undertaken as part of these surveys. Following the handover of the project to myself, once it was clear the proposals were heading to public inquiry, it was only incumbent upon me to undertake an additional field survey to see the site for myself, and this informed my inquiry statement, and confirmed my understanding and conclusions of the EIAR that the potential impacts to hydrological, hydrogeological and geological receptors was negligible to minor and not significant. I undertook an additional survey on the 16th of April following South Ayrshire Council's inquiry report. And the reason I undertook that survey is inexplicably, South Ayrshire Council included additional properties that they considered needed to be assessed, which were not raised in either their Section 36 response or their inquiry statement. So to ensure that we had full information for the inquiry, it was again only incumbent upon me to undertake an additional site survey to look at those properties in particular. And there are 2 documents which provide part of my evidence, highlighting the conclusions of those additional field surveys. So in essence, I disagree. There's been multiple field studies undertaken.
Thank you. Now, on the same page in the 5th paragraph, so that's the paragraph that reads, in APP 2.1 risk assessment, it's stated that all PWS identified are shown to be sourced from local shallow groundwater and or the local surface water catchments. That is simply not correct. Your comments on that, please.
Well, all the sources that are reported to have shallow groundwater or surface water abstractions have been reported and are correct. I've visited every intake myself, except Ferta, which my colleagues did. What Ms. Logan's potentially referring to is the deep boreholes that sit the either primary or secondary supplies at Mark and Craig and Ray, which have been identified through the inquiry process. So I disagree with that statement.
And we've already heard your comments on Mark and Craig and Ray, so we probably don't want to or don't need to say much more about them at this stage. In paragraph 7, Ms. Loban says a description in APP 2.1533 states that data from the BGS shows the bedrock beneath the study area to comprise a low productivity aquifer in which flows virtually all through fractures and other discontinuities. In my opinion, this raises serious concern for potential pollution to contaminate PWS catchment areas feeding PWS abstraction points. Do you share those serious concerns?
I'm sorry, Mr. McLeod, I missed the paragraph number. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Ritchie. Could you tell me the paragraph number?
Certainly, it's the penultimate paragraph on page 3. So the point was that Ms. Loban believes that the description in APP 2.1 raises serious concerns because of, in essence, the geological features present at the site. So can you just give the reporter your comments, please, on whether the geology does give rise to serious concerns in this case?
I do not believe there are any basis for these concerns. It's probably worth trying to help the inquiry envisage the geology at the site. If you could think of cake. On the surface, you have topsoil, which in this case, the first layer is peat and glacial hummocky deposits, both of which have very little capacity to infiltrate water and any pollutants through the surface. Underneath that, you have the weathered zone of the bedrock formation, which is, as I said, acts as a gravel, essentially. And that would any water that does make it into that zone would follow the local surface water catchments as described previously. And then you would, underneath that, you would have the more bulk dense properties of the geological unit, in which that is where the fracture flow and discontinuities are present. Underneath that is where you would have potentially the deeper fissures, which I described previously. So essentially, as described in the previous comments, the fracture flow, even so underneath the weathered zone, the fractured flow within the bedrock is low productivity. And it, again, is reported by the BGS to follow the local surface water catchments. So therefore, I do not believe there is any reason for serious concerns offered by this, as it's been reported and understood that the geology it does follow surface water catchments. And what we are quite fortunate with in this particular development is we have the nearby Mark, Kilgallick and Aricleic wind farms, which have been constructed in exactly the same bedrock geology, the Kirkcombe Formation. And as I mentioned in my precognition, there has been no evidence of any pollution of any private water supplies in any of those wind farms with a development installed within that bedrock geology unit.
Okay, thank you. So next, if we could have a look, please, at paragraph 8. That's the final paragraph on page 3 of Ms. Lobin's precognition. And she talks there about something that she's discovered in the habitat management plan. And I wondered if we could just identify that area for everyone's benefit. I think probably the easiest place to go to is back to drawing 001 on APP 2.1.
Which of the drawings, Mark?
Probably the first one, I think. The first drawing 001.
Thank you. Thank you.
So paragraph 8 of on page 3 of Ms. Lobin's precognition says, in the Habitat Management Plan version 3, 5.180 kilometres of proposed rapidly created drain dams or blocks within a 10.45 hectare zone are proposed to prevent water flow. Can you just identify on drawing 001 where that is? And probably the easiest thing to do is by reference to the turbine numbers that you can see there.
Yes. On drawing 001, the turbine 13, between turbine 10 and turbine 13, in the zone which shows no forestry being present, is the location proposed for the habitat enhancement. And as can be seen, that area is outside, significantly outside the proposed, the delineated surface water catchments for any property.
Now, although it's outside the catchment areas that you've identified, Ms. Lobin says it poses the potential of serious disturbance to present PWS catchments and supply lines. These may not show immediately, but in future years. What are your comments on that statement?
Well, because none of the private water supply catchments are in continuity with that part of the development, or indeed any part of the development, none of the source catchments can be affected.
Thank you. Similar exercise in relation to paragraph 1 on page 4 of Ms. Lobin's precognition. She refers to forestry removal and also talks about impact around turbine 14 crane hard standing and at the access road. So again, just identifying for the reporter's benefit where turbine 14 is and its proximity to any water catchments that that we need to be concerned with.
Yeah, turbine 14 is located in the central eastern portion of the development, as can be seen on drawing 001. And as can be seen, it is not in continuity or close to any of the delineated surface water catchments. So I do not believe there's a risk there.
I think, lastly, is it your understanding of Ms. Lobin's evidence as set out in page 4 that she's considered significance of impact after mitigation?
No, that is not my understanding. There are a few quotes from Ms. Lobin in her precognition on page 4, which are taken directly from the Environmental Impact Assessment, Chapter 7. And the structure of an EIA is you set out the potential risks that the development may attribute. And then what you do is you design your site to minimise the potential risks. And if there are any outstanding risks, you would then implement mitigation to minimise those risks as far as reasonably possible. So the quotes that provided on page 4 by Ms. Lobin are all taken from the section of the EIA report prior to mitigation.
And finally, before you return to your conclusions, just on the question of mitigation, could I ask you please to have a look at the proposed conditions? And this, I think, is document CD 12.1. Do you have that, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And
thank you, sir. The main condition I wanted you to have a look at, Mr. Ritchie, is condition 19, which deals with construction and environmental.
Yes, got that.
And we can see there that the condition proposes that there shall be no commencement of development unless a construction environmental management plan outlining site-specific details of all on-site construction works, post-construction reinstatement, drainage and mitigation, together with details of their timetable, has been submitted to and approved in writing by the planning authority in consultation with Nature Scotland SEPA. And then a series of specific measures that the construction environmental management plan is to include. Looking in particular at I, which relates to a water management plan, what comments do you have for the reporter on the significance of this condition when it comes to protecting the water environment, including private water supplies?
Well, I should state that that condition number 19 in general is pretty standard and has been successfully implemented at the other nearby wind farms I've referenced, Mark, Kilgallick and Clauchrie. And essentially the regulator, SEPA, and Plan Authority and Nature Scot will not allow development to commence until they're satisfied that the plans put forward for controlling water at the site are satisfactory. And wind farm practices to control water at sites has been well developed over the last 2 decades, and the measures that get implemented and practices are fairly well established and accepted by regulators, and I see no difference with this site to the effectiveness of those measures.
Thank you very much. And then if you'd like to just finish off by reading section 4 of your precognition, which is your conclusions.
With respect to the subject areas of hydrology, hydrogeology and private water supplies, I confirm the assessments completed and presented as Chapter 7 of the EIAR have been completed in accordance with industry standard practice and regulations. Comprehensive assessment of the local hydrology, hydrogeology and geological baseline conditions has been undertaken within the EIAR. This has informed the detailed review of the identified private water supplies. The approach to undertaking the private water supply assessment is the same as many EIARs myself and my company have undertaken across Scotland for wind farm developments in similar upland, rural, commercial forestry settings, in which no objections have been raised by statutory consultees or local authorities. My evidence is that the proposed development will not have any significant impact on the local hydrology and hydrogeology, and none of the property private water supplies have a complete source pathway receptor linkage to the development, and therefore are at no risk of being impacted. I do not accept, therefore, that the grounds for objection put forward by Ms Slobin at South Ayrshire Council or any of the third parties to the proposed development are well founded with regards to hydrology, hydrogeology and private water supplies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ritchie. I don't have any more questions at this stage, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. MacLeod. That's taken us up to about 11:10. I think it's probably a suitable time for a short break. Allow Mr. Ritchie to get a glass of water, and then we'll come back at 11:15 if we can for Mr. Campbell's questions. So if that suits everyone, come back at 11:15, please. That's 11:15 now, so Mr. Campbell, you ready to commence?
Yes, indeed, I am, sir. Thank you
Okay, over to you then.
very much. We'll just wait for Mr. Ritchie.
Mr. Ritchie, are you with us?
He is, sir. Sorry, we had a slight AV issue there.
But ready to go now.
Ready to go now, yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Ritchie. Good morning.
Good morning.
A bit of feedback. I think possibly at your end, is it? Can you hear me all right? May I ask if you can hear me all right, Mr. Ritchie?
I can, yes.
Thank you very much. Have I understood, first of all, from your evidence that the chapter in the environmental statement was compiled by people other than yourself?
Yes, that's correct.
Because you weren't a member of the company at that time.
Right, yeah.
I wonder if we could look at chapter 7, not trying to take a detailed critique of it, but just to look at one or two aspects of the environmental statement. Sir, will you tell me when you're ready, please?
All right, yes, I've got it now.
Mr. Ritchie, in the beginning of that chapter, there is a passage called Legislation, Policy and Guidelines. You see that?
Yes.
Now, I know you didn't compile this, but there is no reference there to any of the legislation concerning private water supplies, is there?
Not that I can see, obviously, from a quick glance. If it's the Private Water Supply Regulations 2017 that you're thinking about, then I believe that document is legislation aimed at local authorities fulfilling their duties and not the developer. So that may explain why it's not there.
Well, that may not be a total understanding of the legislation, Mr. Ritchie, but I'm not going to criticize you for that. The fact is, it's not there. If we turn the page to 7.3, there's a table. You see that?
Yes.
And do you see that one of the consultees, the second one in that table, is South Ayrshire Council,
Yes.
who are my clients in this case? And do you see that in the middle column, the issue is raised, among other things, about the potential for affecting private water supplies?
Yes, I can see that.
So consistent with the preparation of an EIA for this site, this is a matter that South Ayrshire Council have raised from the very beginning, haven't they?
They have, yes.
Thank you. Now, if we move on through the document, we come to a paragraph called Assessment Methodology. And again, you've, as it were, signed off on this because you looked it over when you came to join ITP Energised. Incidentally, what does ITP stand for?
I believe it's an amalgamation of two companies.
I see.
Could be incorrect.
I see. All right. I have wondered. The question I'd like to ask you about this section is that when we get to field surveys at 7.4.3, we see that the field surveys which are listed in that chapter, occupying a half page, they all seem to be devoted to peat depth examination, peat probing, and ultimately information to inform the peat landslide hazard. Is that correct?
There's a paragraph 23, I believe, which reviews looking at the surface water courses. And from the handover from my colleagues, it's generally what the team that gets sent out to do the peat probing comprises geologists and hydrologists, and they would combine that assessment. So whilst they're doing the peat surveys, they would also evaluate local catchments, look at local water courses, potential pathways, and get a feel for the site. So that'd all be encompassed under the same survey work.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. We'd expect to see then that survey work reflected later on in the environmental statement, wouldn't we?
Yes, I believe there is some discussion in further sections about that survey work.
Okay, thank you. Would you turn to paragraph 7.5.2.3? Small numbering is 63 in the left margin. You have that?
Yeah.
SAC was consulted in June 2019 regarding the presence of private water supplies. It highlighted 2 properties within 500 meters of the boundary of the application boundary at that time, noting that the boundary was larger than the final application boundary, plus an additional 2 properties which are located further from the boundary, but the residents of which had raised concerns. An additional potential PWS was identified by Forestry Land Scotland at Shalach Well, 500 miles from the, I beg your pardon, meters boundary. No PWS was identified at this location. Could I try and understand from you, please, at this stage of a project, are you reliant on the local authority, or do you rely on your own observations to complete a survey where private water supplies exist?
First of all, we would do a desktop study and information gathering exercise, and that would involve consulting stakeholders, SEPA, South Ayrshire Council, and in this case, Forestry Land Scotland, to own the land. And then we would use that information gathered to inform the field studies, whereby the information that we have, we would ground truth it where possible.
You'd what it? Ground proof?
Ground truth. So we would take that information we gathered and then go to the field and then ground truth it.
Okay. Can we see at 67 onwards that you then tick off the 5 residences identified at this stage: Laglanny, Craigenray, White Clauchrie, Ferta, and Shalach Well. And at 68, sorry, you say Laglanny is not considered further. 69, you say Craigenray is not considered further. 70 deals with Ferta, and that takes us over the page where there's some commentary about the ponds at Ferta. 76 deals with White Clauchrie, and 78 with Shalach Well. I'd like to take you to paragraph 79, just ask you a question about that. If there's any question of an operational private water supply at Shalach Well being fed by surface water, then this could be derived from one of 3 minor water courses in the immediate proximity of the property. These water courses all rise about 500 to 530 meters north or northeast of the property, over 800 meters from any proposed development infrastructure. Given the substantial distance between the proposed development and the watercourse, which could potentially be abstracted for private use, there is not considered to be a credible risk of development-related activities significantly affecting their water quality or flow. Does that mean that there is a risk of some effect?
I can't speak for the author who used that phrase, but you know, my understanding is there is no risk.
Well, there's a difference between no significant risk and no risk. And I understand what you say in your recognition and your report. You rule out any risk altogether. I'm coming to the reasons for that. But it does look to me, just as a layman, you understand, it does look to me that the author of this is acknowledging the potential for a risk, albeit minor and remote. Would you agree with that?
Well, the overall conclusions for private water supplies, as we'll see further in that chapter, do conclude that potential impacts are negligible to minor. So I would agree with that.
Right, thank you. Now, we're dealing with a row of properties running from Rowntree in the east through to Mark Farm in the west, are we not?
Yes.
And the crux of the matter, if I've understood your evidence right, is the distance, or maybe the distance for the private water, the distance of the private water supply catchments from any development works.
It's this distance is a factor, but it's actually the delineation of the catchment areas to the supply intake locations.
Yeah, all of those catchment areas, whether you take Miss Lobbin's delineation or your own delineation, all of those catchment areas lie downhill from the development site, do they not?
Laglanny and Rowntree and Craig and Ray, potentially. I don't have the exact elevations for you, but they are separated by a water course, so they are not directly downhill. The other Mark is located on the other side of the Muck water, so although it is downhill, it's separate to the site. So I would agree with what you're saying for Charlottewell, White Clauchrie and Ferter. I would agree with that.
Okay. In respect to the first two, the presence of a watercourse doesn't mean that they're not downhill of the development works, does it? It may.
If comparing elevation with elevation, then no.
No. Well, that's what I was doing, because I'm approaching this as a layman and looking at the map, looking at the contours. What I can see is that each of these residences, whatever their distance from works, each of these residences lies downhill from development works.
Yeah.
Now that begs the question, are they at risk from pollution flowing from development works, if any pollution should be allowed to occur? And what I'd like to ask you is this. In your mind, is there a distance over which, even though downhill, a private water supply would be safe from development works?
There is some guidance produced by SEPA in this case.
I'm looking, beg your pardon for interrupting. I'm not really looking for SEPA's view on this. I'm aware of it. I'm looking for your professional view.
Well, my professional view is that we would use SEPA's buffer distances as a starting point to the minimum distances from a source intake to any development. And those buffer distances are 100 metres if an excavation is less than 1 metre on the site, or 250 metres if the excavation is greater than 1 metre on the site.
And is that guidance to be found in a document called LUPG 31?
LUPS GU1, 31 GU1, I think. Yeah, I think that's the same one.
Try and help the reporters get an accurate note of it. I think it's called LUPG.
Document.
Is this document CD 8.1?
That's the one.
I'll take that from you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, it's right, isn't it, that SEPA has issued that judgment, but it's also right, isn't it, that SEPA has no jurisdiction over private water supplies?
SEPA have jurisdiction over private water supplies in the sense that they are the regulator for the implementation of the Water Framework Directive, which is the overarching legislation for the protection of all inland groundwater and surface waters. So, and private water supplies are a function of groundwater and surface water quality and flow. So SEPA do have an indirect say in protection of private water supplies.
With respect, Mr. Ritchie, you're wrong about that, aren't you? The regulator for private water supplies in each local authority area is that local authority.
That's, yeah, I mean, I didn't disagree. I don't disagree with that. But what I'm saying is the private water supplies can only be abstracted from ground or surface water. And SEPA are the enforcing body for the protection of groundwaters and surface waters. And therefore, they have produced this guidance with that responsibility of being the protector of surface waters and groundwaters.
What's the title of the guidance? Can you remember?
Land Use Planning System, SEPA Guidance Note 31.
Does it have a subject title?
Guidance on assessment.
I'm sorry, you've frozen on me.
Action water.
Sorry, you froze on me there. Could you tell me again?
Yep. Guidance on assessing the impacts of development proposals on groundwater abstractions and groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems.
Groundwater abstractions and groundwater dependent territorial ecosystems, not private water supplies.
Well, a private water supply, with all respect, is, if it's abstracted from the ground, is a groundwater abstraction.
It sounds as if we might be working ourselves into a legal discussion here, so I'll leave that one just now. Okay, I may come back to it. But thank you for your help with that. Thank you for your help with that. Just a moment, if I may. And if we turn in the document we were looking at, which is 1.1. CD 1.1.8, which is the Environmental Statement, Chapter 7, if you go to paragraph Chapter 7 row, you there?
7.1, so can you say that reference again?
I'm sorry, 7.10, subchapter 139.
Okay.
No PWS has been identified within the study area. Reported PWS outside the study area, within approximately 2.5 kilometers, have been noted and considered. However, no potential for significant effects was identified. Therefore, detailed assessment was scoped out. The exception is reported PWS at White Clauchrie to the south of the site, where access to the property was denied, and therefore the specific nature of the PWS could not be determined. The PWS is reported by SAC, that's the council, to be groundwater fed, and if this is the case, then due to the distance from the site, there is no realistic potential for it to be impacted by the proposed development. However, the potential for the PWS to be surface water fed could not be entirely ruled out. Therefore, it has been considered in assessing the sensitivity of watercourses, specifically the Clauchrie burn. So that was the position when you came on board, Mr. Ritchie, and I think subsequent to that, you carried out what you call a desktop study.
Yes.
Was that to inform the development design, or was it to supplement the environmental statement, or what was its purpose?
The purpose was to provide a response to the objection raised by South Ayrshire Council to the Section 36 application.
Okay, thank you. In the course of that work, did you prepare documents CD 1.2.23 and CD 1.2.24, which are maps?
Sorry, I'm just looking for those. What are the title of those?
Take your time. Do you want the title or the number?
Title, please.
It's called Hydrological and Hydrogeological Study Area, CD 1.2.23. Got that?
Not yet. Apologies. What is it? Is it a drawing?
No, it's a map of the site showing the study area and the red line site.
I have a hard. I can slide in Mr. Ritchie's direction.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. I'm grateful.
This is for the EIA itself. Okay, yeah, I've got that now.
Thank you very much. So we can see from that, can we, that the study area, sorry, we have feedback again. The study area extends a kilometre outside the red line site.
Yes, that's what it appears to be. Yeah.
Can you tell from that map if these affected residences are inside or on that study area line?
Well, Ferter's on the line. White Clauchrie's immediately beyond it. Laglany, Rowantree, and Craigenray are beyond, and Mark is within.
It's helpful. And if you could look at CD 1.2.24, which is entitled Identified Watercourses and Water Bodies. Got that?
Yeah.
That's on the same map base, this time showing the red line area, the study area, and what are called identified watercourses. See that?
Yes.
See that? Now, I don't imagine for a minute that anybody's walked up every one of these watercourses and mapped them by hand. Where has the information come from?
That information comes from mapping provided by OS, Ordnance Survey, and digital terrain models.
Thank you. And then transposed onto this in your office by your technicians.
Well, actually, the watercourses form part of the mapping, so they are mapped by Ordnance Survey.
Now, these watercourses, of course, this is not a complete demonstration of all the watercourses on site, is it? Because there are many other subsidiary tributaries, which, as we've come to see later, are present on site and flowing.
Yes, there's likely to be unmapped, very minor subsidiary to the watercourses. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me what the legend WX 17, 15, 16, what does WX stand for?
Watercourse crossing.
Right. Now, in construction terms, what does that mean? Does that mean building a bridge?
Potentially, depending on the nature of the watercourse to be crossed. Typically, they are culverts, so closed pipe culverts, or an arched bridge. Rarely do you need significant open span bridges. You would try and site your infrastructure to minimise the extent of construction required for a crossing.
And do these crossings tend to be temporary for the period of construction and then removed, or do they tend to be permanent, or can't you say?
Permanent, typically. So, on rare occasions, you can have temporary crossings, but these, I believe, are all they're existing crossings to be reused, and there are new crossings, permanent ones.
Right. And crossings includes culverts. That's right, is it?
That's right. Yes.
Thank you very much. I wonder if you could help me now with map CD 1.2.26, please, which is in the same sequence, CD 1.2.26. It's entitled Location of Private Water Supplies.
Yes. Yes.
And what I see there, please correct me again if I'm wrong, is the same map base, again showing the red line site and the study area. But between the two, there is a dotted line, which according to the legend is the private water supply search area, bracket 500M, 500 meters, I guess. So has that search area been designed on any empirical basis, or simply as a convenient distance from the edge of the red line site?
500 meters is seen as a conventional standard buffer that can be adopted, but it's often dependent on the site-specific circumstances and sensitivities.
Well, you've given me two answers there. You said it can be, and you said it can be adopted. So what happened here?
My colleagues who prepared the EIA use a professional judgment to adopt those buffer zones.
Again, you'll forgive me, and I don't mean to be impertinent in any way, but it does seem a convenient line if it's 500 meters all the way around from the edge of the red line site, or indeed 500 meters from the edge of the study area, working inwards. It's not based on any empirical examination, is it, of the site right around the wind farm?
It's, as I said, it's a standard buffer that we can apply and have applied in previous examples. It may be 1 kilometre in certain circumstances, it may be 2 kilometres. It's really down to the author of the EIA to make that judgment.
And what would determine the judgment, do you think? You've confirmed to me that it could be greater or smaller, greater or lesser than 500 meters. What is it that would weigh in the professional balance when you're choosing where to put that line?
It would be an assessment of the sensitivity of the local surface water, groundwater environment and its receptors.
Right. And that would require groundwork, wouldn't it? Field work.
Yes, field surveys, yes.
An assessment, what, of the bogginess of the land?
Well, it would be assessing the geological cover, the vegetation cover, looking at the hydrological conditions at the site, the geological conditions at the site, potential the distances involved between any receptors, including private water supplies, to the development, and yeah, a decision would be made after that.
We've already agreed that Furter White Clauchrie Shalachwell and Mark are downslope from the development. Again, you'll forgive me, I'm sure, but it does appear to me convenient that this dotted line leaves them out of the PWS water supply search area, all of them, because of where it is, whereas the study area line would appear to include them.
Again, I can't speculate on why that distance was chosen. But what I can say, obviously, is that those three properties that you've mentioned were included, irrespective of whether or not they were outside the 500-metre buffer zone. So they were assessed in the EIA.
If you set the parameter in the right place, it makes it much easier for you to reach a conclusion that the effect is either negligible or non-existent. If this dotted line were not there, then I would venture to suggest that you would be less confident in your conclusions, because your target consumers, your target residences would all be within the PWS study area.
I would disagree with that. The 1 kilometre buffer, as you can see there, does include the properties that we have looked at. Laglanny and Craig and Ray were exceptions to that because concerns were raised by the residents, so we did look at them in the EIA.
Yeah.
But the line is just it's a guide. You don't not assess anything outside that line. It's shown as a guide to what the search area was. But as you can see, within the 1 kilometre buffer, we have included the supplies because they were close to that dotted line, the 500-metre line. So we've actually been thorough in that sense by including them.
Right, well, I hear your position, thank you. Move on to 1.2.28, please. And this is a map on the same map base called superficial geology.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Now the bulk of the area. Is everybody else getting feedback, or is it just me?
I think you're all right now, Mr. Campbell. I was getting it as well, but it seems to have stopped.
I just want Mr. Ritchie to be comfortable with hearing my questions properly.
Fine, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you very much. The bulk of the area within the outer line, the study area, the 1 kilometre study area, is shaded in green. Is that right?
Yeah, mostly green, some in brown. Yeah.
I'm in brown, yes. And we can see from the legend that green shading is hammocky, moundy glacial deposits. Now,
Yes.
I'm sure you have a degree in geology and I don't, but what is the overriding characteristic of glacial deposits?
Very poor sorted glacial deposits.
Very what, sorry?
So poorly sorted. So it's not deposited in neat layers, gravel, sand and silt, clay.
Mm-hmm.
It's very well mixed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a combination of predominantly clays, but also silt, sands and gravels. And permeability within those deposits will be varied depending on the local topography, vegetation cover, proximity to watercourses, and the like.
I see. So we can't talk about a uniform permeability characteristic. It's variable, you say?
Yes.
But it's of the essence of till, isn't it, that it is permeable?
Well, the glacial till, yes, the peat would not be expected to be permeable in any way, shape or form. The glacial till will have, as I said, isolated variable permeability, which will largely be dictated by slope and gradient.
Yeah, I wasn't so much talking about peat because this is a geology map, not a peat map. And what I'm seeing is effectively a map of the underlying, not the bedrock geology, but the underlying geology of the site, comprised, the bulk of which is comprised of glacial till. And that tells me, as an amateur, as a layman, that what we may have there underlying the peat and the topsoil is a permeable superficial layer above the bedrock. And if I'm wrong about that, please tell me.
I'll refer back to the cake analogy if you allow me.
Yes, that was very helpful.
The surface you'll have a topsoil, okay, and that topsoil for the significant majority of the site is present and vegetated. And then beneath the topsoil, you'll have, sorry, I should say, the peat itself is a topsoil where it's exposed. So the peat will sit on top of the bedrock geology. Now there could be instances where the peat and the glacial deposits overlay each other. And again, that will be varied across the site. So you have your topsoil, your peat, and superficial glacial deposits, and then underneath that you have the weathered bedrock zone of the Kirkholm Formation, and then beneath that you have the shallow fractures within the bulk geological unit, the Kirkholm Formation. Yeah,
and the characteristic of the geological unit, the Kirkholm Formation, you described in your evidence in chief as allowing what you call fracture flow. That's the passage of subterranean water, underground water, flowing through the fissures of the water.
Yes.
Perhaps slowly, perhaps not slowly, depending on the size of the fissures.
It's reported that it is low bulk permeability, which essentially means there's very little volume and transmission of water within that bulk zone of the geological unit.
That will depend on slope, won't it, to some extent?
Not necessarily once you get into the bulk geological unit. It will depend on pathways for water from the surface to reach it, which in this case are very limited due to the superficial cover and topsoil and vegetation.
So that's a conclusion which is reached. That's a conclusion which is reached generally across the site from external data produced by the BGS.
Yes, I would say by and large.
Sure. In evidence in chief, when you were giving the helpful example of the cake, you explained that the weathered zone of the bedrock, the gravel, the water flow there would follow the flow of surface water. I wasn't sure if you meant. Sorry, may I ask the question? I wasn't sure if you meant it followed the surface water or the surface water followed the bedrock flow. How does it work?
What would happen is that weathered zone of the bedrock would, the flow of water within that would be entirely dependent on topography. And therefore, as a surface water catchment is a function of topography, then the groundwater flow within that weathered zone conforms to a surface water catchment.
And when you say conforms to, you mean flows in the same direction as?
The same direction, guided by the topography.
Yeah. And does that explain why, in the case of Furta, for example, you can't really say whether the source of the water is surface water, groundwater, or whether it's subterranean water?
Well, I think for Furta, White Clauchrie, and Charlotte Well, it's the same conclusion, that it's either isolated groundwater within the glacial deposits overlying the weathered bedrock, or it's either abstraction from the weathered bedrock. And what will influence that will be essentially the depth and the local geology at the well locations.
Yeah. So to get an accurate take on the speed the water's moving at and what the supply to a particular residence is made up from, one would really have to do spot analyses in each instance, wouldn't one, to perhaps even color tests to see what water went where.
Well, as it's a function of topography, and topography is well established, it's not really ambiguous. Then, you know, you can, as I said, you can use a surface water catchment as a proxy. And, you know, yeah.
You told us in your evidence, Chief, you used a digital terrain model for some of your assessments. At what separation are the contours in the model you used?
We have 5-meter resolution.
5 meter resolution. Yep. Right. Beg your pardon, if you just bear with me a moment. Very quickly, if you could look at 1.3.3, which is a map on the same base entitled Landform.
Quote that figure again, Mr. Campbell.
Sorry, CD 1.3.3.
Have that.
That's at a scale of 1 to 150,000. But can we see north of the site, higher ground, descending generally through the site to lower, paler shading and eventually to green? So the general topography is southward sloping.
Yes.
Thank you. Could I ask you next to look at APP 1.7, which is a letter, 27th of August 2020, from ITP to Mr. Edgar, the supervisory planner at South Ayrshire Council.
Sorry, Mr. Campbell, I'm just catching up. What reference was that again?
Sorry, APP 1.7.
Thank you.
It's a letter, Mr. Ritchie, do you see it?
Yes, addressed to a Mr. Shanks, is that right?
No, it's addressed to Mr. Edgar, and it's dated the 27th of August 2020.
PP 1.7 in my list of documents is a decision notice relating to
I'm sorry, just
addressed to Mr. Shanks.
Okay.
Oh, CV 1.7.
Yeah, you're quite right. You're quite right. It's I'll come back to it, Mr. Ritchie. I can't find it.
I think it's CD 1.7.1.
Well, if that's somebody giving me some help, I'm very grateful. 1.7.1. Can you find it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is this document? Is this the death study which you wrote about in your recognition?
Yes, so this document is referenced in my inquiry report and inquiry statement and precondition. It is a letter submitted to South Ayrshire Council to provide supplementary information on private water supplies following the objection raised by South Ayrshire Council to the Section 36 application.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about again, a matter of detail. If you wouldn't mind turning to page 4 of the document, which is headed Surface Water Catchments. You have it?
Yes.
I'd like to take you to the last paragraph on that page, which begins, surface water catchments have been obtained. And what it reads in full is, surface water catchments have been obtained from the FEH web service and delineated downstream of each property identified in Table 1. Catchment extents have been compared with the proposed development and summarized in Table 2, and further discussion is provided in the subsequent paragraphs. Now, I'd like to ask you about this FEH web service. Your clients have lodged 1,000 pages of the flood estimation handbook, which is only interesting if you're very sad. But I'd like to know about it. You speak about it in your recognition. You say it's a reliable scientific tool. You say it's relied on by the industry. However, it's not, is it? It's not an empirical study of the site.
It is an empirical study of the whole of the UK.
Well, is that right, Mr. Ritchie? Is it not? Is it not a document prepared on the basis of digital terrain models and the work of the BGS?
No, it actually stems back 3-4 decades in its production. I could bore you with the finite details if you like, but it stemmed from bodies such as the Institute of Hydrology, who produced reports back in the 1990s and before. For example, the Institute of Hydrology report 124, 126. The essence of it is that field studies and have been undertaken throughout the UK in all of the major hydrological regions of the UK, and those field studies are then developed. Empirical equations are developed as a result to understand the hydrological and hydrogeological conditions in the catchments. And throughout the last few decades, the data sets have been widely available and widely used by specialists, regulators, designers to assess, to undertake hydrological studies. I'll give you a good example. For flood risk assessments, the flood estimation handbook is used to derive catchment areas for strategic flood studies for cities, for towns, and its contents and information are not questioned by any regulators. It's seen as the standard. And
it's used widely by house builders, isn't it, to stop them building on a floodplain, for example?
No, it's used widely by SEPA, by and large, and consultants and scientists and specialists.
Can you tell me from what date any data in the FEH relating to the zone we're talking about, what date it comes from, what date it dates from?
It's continuously updated. The modeling and the platform, and I can't give you an exact date, but it's continuously updated.
Well, we'll see that from looking at the document. I don't want to waste the reporter's time by going there just now. One of the things that bears on the matters we are discussing, of course, is the incidence of heavy rainfall and potentially of climate change. And so I would imagine you'd agree with me that where catchments are shown for a particular topographical feature like a valley or a bowl, that these catchments will change where, for example, you have unexpected heavy rain or you have the effects of climate change. Not quickly, but they will change.
I wouldn't tend to agree with that, Mr. Campbell. Climate change will increase rainfall intensities and peak river flows, but it will not fundamentally change the physical nature of a catchment. It will just shed more water from the catchment.
When does surface water become groundwater?
Dependent on the local geology and hydrogeological conditions. Surface water tends not to become groundwater. Groundwater tends to discharge to surface water. I'll give you an example to picture. If you had a waterlogged field and you dug a trench in the middle of it, that water from the field would flow into the trench. So a river, in essence, is a preferential pathway, and groundwater cannot flow from one side to the other of that water course.
Mm-hmm.
Deep groundwater, of course.
It must follow, mustn't it, that if rain falls on the surface, as we know it does, that it's going to permeate downwards into the ground, into the superficial geology, in this case, glacial till. That's going to happen by the gravity, isn't it?
The predominant hydrological regime on the site would be rainfall runoff due to the sloping nature of the site, the impermeable nature of, for example, peat, and the relatively impermeable nature of the glacial till, which is predominantly clay, and that inhibits the movement of groundwater vertically. So you imagine on a hillside on the site, when it rains, there's very little opportunity for rainfall to become groundwater. It would predominantly become surface water runoff.
We mustn't get distracted by the niceties of hydrogeology. Just thinking about the development. The development, of course, consists of turbine bases dug to a depth which will be dictated by the depth of bedrock, and it also consists of roads and tracks, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's right. Now, where you dig down through topsoil, thinking about your cake, where you dig down through the layers of the cake till you hit the hard geology, you're necessarily going to interfere with the passage of surface water and also groundwater in that cylinder that you're cutting out.
The extent of the interference is highly localized to the siting of the turbine. Once it's constructed, surface water flow paths and groundwater flow paths would continue as was. The surface, with regard to surface water, suitable, sustainable drainage systems would be employed at the site to maintain hydrological continuity upstream and downstream of development areas. And that's a pretty standard approach to wind farm design and development.
Well, we can perhaps come back to that as well. I'd like you to look with me, please, at the maps which Mr. MacLeod took you to in APP 2.1, entitled Hydrology, Hydrogeology and Private Water Supply Inquiry Report and Associated Figures. This is the one with the two drawings numbered 001. Got that?
Yes.
The second map in the sequence, marked 002, shows essentially three catchments: the Clauchrie burn, the Muckwater, and the Fioch burn. See that?
Yes.
Can I take it that those are taken from the flood estimation handbook?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And within those catchments, there are shaded areas, hatched areas with diagonal red stripes. And according to the legend, that's recently felled active areas. Can I take it that means forestry activity?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, bear with me, please, a second. Now, would you move on through the sequence to get to drawing number 6, please?
Okay.
You see a shaded purple area.
Yes.
And if it's purple or pink, purple, I suppose, violet. And that's said to be the catchment for Laglani. Once again, will that be taken from the flood estimation handbook?
Yes, all the catchments are taken from the flood estimation handbook, except and adjusted if necessary to the source intake locations using the digital terrain model, the 5-metre digital terrain model. In some instances, you may have a catchment which cannot be delineated by the FEH directly because the threshold for a catchment is 0.5 kilometres squared, and anything below that it can't delineate. But what you can do is you can delineate the adjacent catchments and then take the wedge out the middle. So that's another way around.
Would you just excuse me, sir, for a moment? My neighbour is cutting his lawn and I can hear the noise of the lawnmower. I just want to shut the window. Thank you. You talked about looking at the FEH for delineation of catchments and adjusting it if necessary. What does that mean?
It's perhaps useful, maybe, Mr. Campbell, to look at the next page for Craig and Ray drawing 007. So you can see there, there's two shaded orange areas.
Yeah. So
you have the light orange, which is the FEH catchment that's been delineated by FEH, and what we do in those instances, for example, on the location of where the intake is for Craig and Ray, the FEH catchment didn't include the full area, so of the estimated catchment, and therefore we had to pull it further downstream to encompass it. And then what we essentially do is we get the main outline of the FEH catchment and take its threshold boundaries, and then use the 5-metre digital terrain model to estimate the surface water catchment using the contours and topography, and taking due note of any other minor watercourses that may be present, because that acts as a hydraulic barrier for the delineation of subcatchments.
So the darker brown area there is a product of the FEH initial assessment plus the application of the DTM model and your own professional skills. Am I right?
Yes.
Thank you. And all of that lies south and east of the works, nearest turbine being T15, I think, which is across a watercourse called the Cairnmore Burn.
That's right.
Thank you. And can we see the same process in drawing 8 with Rowntree?
Yeah, that's the same process. Yeah.
Drawing 9 with Furter. Now this is of more interest to me. We have a dark green and a light green shaded area. And can I take it that the FEH catchment is the lighter green area?
That's right. The darker green still includes the boundary of the FEH catchment on its northern, eastern, and southern flanks. But then you'll see on the western edge, we've used the 5 meter DTM topography data to fill in the blanks, as it were, on that side.
In the legend, you say for the lighter green area, FEH catchment downstream of Furter supply. Now, downstream must mean that the supply is coming from the north of that lighter green area.
Well, no, what you do, how the software works is you select a grid reference, you just click on the map, and it will automatically generate the catchment for you. And so, as I said, for smaller watercourses, less than 5 kilometers squared, it won't select it for you. It can't do it. So what you have to do is you have to select a point further downstream on a watercourse for it to generate a catchment, and then you can use the extent of that larger catchment to focus the smaller catchment to the source intake location.
So you're not saying here that the darker green area is the only catchment for Furter. What you're saying is it's part of a larger catchment.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, the darker green is the catchment to Furter. The lighter green is a proxy catchment selected further downstream to enable the outline of part of the Furter catchment to be delineated.
Right. So where the boundary line of the darker green area is shown, that is the DTM model taking you, sorry, the digital terrain model, showing you what? Showing you a high point where water won't flow, or what is it showing you?
Yeah, so both catchments are essentially just showing the contributing area of the surface water catchment. The darker green is tailored to the source intake at Furter. So that they are both catchment areas. One's just the larger catchment to gain the outline, and then the green one is just completed on the western side using the 5 meter DTM data. They're both source catchment areas.
But we're not looking, are we, at significant differences in terrain topography between the lighter and the darker areas?
The FEH has an inbuilt terrain model, and it will automatically delineate the catchment for you. So that
wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Basically,
sorry, let me ask the question, see if I can make it clearer. You've shown here 2 green areas, lighter and darker. What I'm understanding from your answers is that there is no significant changes in topography between the lighter and the darker.
Well, there is, in the sense that the area of the lighter green is not connected to the area of the darker green. That follows a separate subcatchment. So that's what the dark green area is showing. That's showing its local catchment. And then anything in the light green area to the west of the darker green area does not contribute to the darker green area. That will contribute to that section of watercourse you can see, which rises north past the 8 to 8 grid reference grid line on the map, on that map.
I see that. So the lighter green area is the catchment of the longer burn, which goes past the 88, and the darker green is the assessed catchment of the burn that runs almost the same as almost the same as the dotted line into Furter itself.
Yes, that's right.
But there is no, for example, a ridge line. If we take the western edge of the darker green area, there's no ridge line there to prevent water passing from one to the other.
Well, there is actually. You can see that on the contours, Mr. Campbell. There is a bit of a ridge line there from the 270 upwards. You can see that kind of irregular shape contour line just south of the number 88.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and as I said, the FEH software has the terrain model built in, so it snaps to the topography. And then what we would do is we can't do that due to the catchment size being too small potentially. We would use our 5 meter DTM to complete the outline of the catchment. That's what we've done here.
And you would say, no doubt, that any pollution event at turbine 12 or thereabouts couldn't affect the Furter catchment because of the intervening burn.
That's correct. Yeah, and it's in a separate catchment.
Yeah. Okay. Is any of that backed by ground inspection?
Yes, the field surveys and the visits I undertook show quite clearly the makeup of the ground conditions around local watercourses. You can actually see the erosion and the exposure of the underlying superficial geology. And that confirms the nature of the predominant hydrological regime at the site. And we obviously don't walk every centimetre of a catchment outline, but that's what the available DTM mapping is used for, to assist us in delineating those catchments. They're not going to be accurate to the nearest centimetre, but they're certainly accurate to the nearest 5 or 10 metres.
If you turn to drawing 11, we've got Clauchrie lying southwest of turbines 2 and 3. And a pink area projecting northeast, which is shown on the legend as Clauchrie supply catchment, adjusted FEH. So is that the same process?
Yeah, exactly the same process.
And what do you say, Mr. Ritchie, about the connectivity potential between turbines 2 and 3 and the connecting track and this pink area, this pink catchment?
They are we're getting a bit of feedback now as well. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I can hear you fine.
Up and over the hill, you can see on that map the 320 contour line.
Yep.
And then it drops down into a Belach, whereby you have 2 watercourses extending out to the east and west from turbine 3, or just to the west of turbine 3. And those watercourses, so turbines 2 and 3 turbine 3 is in the watercourse which flows off to the east of that map.
Yes.
And turbine 2 is in the surface watercourse of, I think it's the Rough Lee Burn, just at the very northwest extent of T2. So they are not, and the track itself is not in the catchment, as that would be in the catchment of the same watercourse in which T3 is related to. It could be potentially that a small part of the track is in continuity with that little section of watercourse you can just see underneath the text that says 250 metre buffer from track.
Yep. Right. Thank you. You please look. Have you seen the interactive map which the council has lodged with the inquiry?
Yes.
If you can get that on a screen, if you can't, I'll look at the hard copy, but if you could get that on a screen for me. I want to look at the area around turbine 13, please.
Give a minute.
Take your time.
You have that? Which drawing number was that?
3.2, SAC 3.2.
Mr. Campbell, where on the site is turbine 13?
It's at the top, northmost turbine.
Thank you.
I have that, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you very much. Am I right to understand that the straight purple line, which is shown below the area coloured in striped pink, is the edge of the forest?
I believe so.
Now, what I'd like
It certainly looks.
Sorry, go on.
Certainly looks that way from cross-reference to my map. Yeah.
Thank you. North of that line, the map shows pink lines, which are irregular on the site, shown in the legend as drain blocking. I need to understand this process, please. Turbine 13 is shown there, and what it appears to me, perhaps I can tell you what I think it means, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong. What I understand is that for the construction of turbine 13 and the road, it is going to be necessary to block the drains flowing downhill from that point, either to divert them or to hold the water on site. Is that a correct understanding?
I don't believe it is, Mr. Campbell. That drain blocking is related to the implementation of the habitat management plan. It was touched on in reference to Ms. Lobin's recognition. It's for habitat creation, essentially.
Now, there's a habitat there already, a habitat which has got an ecological function and has got peat on it. The habitat management plan, I think, tells us that, can't remember the number now, but something like 5 kilometers of drains will require to be dammed. What is being created?
I'm not qualified to answer that, Mr. Campbell. That's actually covered in ecological assessments of the EIA.
What's involved with the blocking of drains? How does it work? Is that part of your expertise?
Part of my expertise, Mr. Campbell, unfortunately.
It's not.
It's not. No.
Okay. I'm a little surprised by that. The applicant says that they developed the technique uses what known as wave damming at other wind farms, and they provide some photographs, I think, for the purpose of restoring peatland habitats. Is that not something that you've had occasion to study at all?
Unfortunately, I haven't been involved in design and assessment of peat habitat restoration, no.
Have you been involved in the creation of water management plans to inform the overall construction and environmental management plan?
Yes.
And what typically, what component in a water management plan are you responsible for? What do you create to put into that plan?
We would be involved in all aspects, generally, working alongside the ecologists to implement habitat management plans and indeed protect habitats. I would generally be involved at drainage, in controlling drainage and shed of runoff during construction, and putting plans and designs forward for the management of runoff from the site at the operational stage as well. And that would include the implementation of sustainable drainage measures, which seeks to treat and manage the flow of runoff from developed areas of the site to minimise and indeed remove the potential of excessive runoff or suspended solids from development areas, for example.
I'm trying to work out in my head whether this is something to do with habitat or something to do with pollution prevention.
This is my understanding is this is entirely habitat management focused.
All right. Do I understand your evidence in summary to say that, in your professional opinion, there is no risk to any of the identified receptors from any of the works to construct the wind farm, whether it be roads and tracks or wind farm bases themselves?
That's correct, yeah.
No risk.
No risk.
What happens if there is a pollution event which gets into a watercourse, which feeds a private supply? What is the drill that's undertaken? Suppose chemicals are spilled, diesel is spilled, or something like that.
Well, I should stress that the pathway doesn't exist for that to happen in the case of this development, Mr. Campbell. But hypothetically speaking,
Right.
I can explain to you.
Quite happy with hypothetical.
What would happen? Well, on site during construction, there is what we call an ecological clerk of works, who is appointed by the developer to fulfil the role of pollution, water management, and ecological management on the site during construction. And they produce reports every week and are responsible for raising any pollution incidents and responsible for conducting, various training and workshops, etc., with contractors to minimise the potential in the first place. In the event that something did get into a watercourse, it would be picked up and reported to the ecological clerk of works and the developer, and measures would be put in place to identify the source and remedy the situation as soon as possible. And the Environmental Health, South Ayrshire Council and SEPA would be alerted to the situation as well as part of the response.
Does that fall then? Does that fall back on the ECO, on the Environmental Clerk of Works, to activate all those procedures?
Partially that and the developer.
So I think I've finished. Thank you very much, Mr. Ritchie. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Shaw, I don't know how many questions you feel you have. I'm just wondering if we should take a break now, or if you feel that you can get through your questions in 20 minutes or so, then we could press on.
I think, to be fair, so 20 minutes might be pushing it.
Well, okay, then that's fine. Let's stop
We
that.
can make a start if you wish. I mean, it does divide into sections.
I think it's probably better to hear you all your questions in one go. And I'm conscious that Mr. Ritchie's been on the stand for quite a while now, so I think we'll take a break now, and come back at should we say 1:30, and we'll hear your questions then, Mr. Shaw. And then I'll have a few questions as well. So if I can see you all again at 1:30, please. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. That's 1:30, so I think we can proceed. I can see that Mr. Shaw is with us. Can I just check that Mr. Ritchie is with us? Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Mr. Shaw, then, you had some questions for Mr. Ritchie. Over to you.
So thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Ritchie. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Mr. Shaw. Good afternoon.
Forgive me if I ask some stupid questions, but I'm not fully up to speed with everything about this. Just to get a grip on things from my perspective, your firm was engaged to provide the hydrology chapter in the environmental statement of Clauchrie wind farm.
That's right, yes.
And that's part of the application. And that work was carried out by your people, not by Scottish Power Renewables.
That's correct, yeah. It was carried out by my colleagues who handed over the project to myself.
Okay. So do the Scottish Power Renewables carry out any independent verification of your work? Or do they rely entirely upon your company?
I don't think so, no, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and you were also engaged to provide the inquiry document, your reports, pre-cognition. Is that the same contract as the original one, or are they separate?
That would have been an extension to the existing contract that we had. I wasn't involved in the contractual aspect, so I'm speculating here.
Okay. So maybe you won't be able to answer this one, but without wishing to tie into the commercial aspects, I just wonder whether your contracts would include a disclaimer of responsibility.
Again, I can't comment on that. Haven't been involved, fortunately, Mr. Shaw.
Okay, so obviously this is hypothetical, but just assuming it was the case that you made a mistake, and there was material serious damage to our private water supply, which could be linked to the wind farm work. Who do I go after? Who's responsible? Is it yourselves or is it SPR?
What would happen in that instance is the South Ayrshire Council would use their powers to enforce action at the site to cease those works whichever were identified to be potentially creating the pollution incident, and then there'd be an investigation into the matter, and then depending on what activities had been understood to have happened, it could go a variety of ways. It's speculation because these are all hypotheticals and there's a lot of variables involved.
Yeah, with respect, that wasn't really my question. My question was, if I'm not relating to a specific pollution incident, which of course can happen anyway, but if in fact it showed up that your conclusions about the catchment areas, for example, were simply wrong, is that your responsibility from a legal perspective, or is it SPR?
I can't comment on that, Mr. Shaw. I don't know.
Okay. I did have a couple of questions on your inquiry statement, but I think Mr. Campbell's rather asked most of those. Could we go to A2, the confirmatory private water field study?
Okay.
Section 4, you provide a summary of your visits to each of the private water supply areas. And you refer at PWS 02A to the surface water supply to Craig and Ray. You don't, as far as I can see, refer to the borehole at all, although clearly from the other documentation you were aware of it. Why is that?
At the time of conducting that survey, we were in, as I'm sure you're aware, a national lockdown. And so I didn't think it was appropriate during that survey to be knocking on doors. The borehole was obviously within the premises of the immediate premises of the property. So we were aware of that from our desk studies undertaken. And we did have a borehole log for that borehole. So it just wasn't considered appropriate or necessary to inspect that.
You don't refer to it at all, as if it simply didn't exist.
It's reported in the inquiry report, and it was first identified by us through our response to South Ayrshire Council's objection to the Section 36 application. So we actually made South Ayrshire Council and other interested parties aware of this borehole. Because I didn't visit the borehole during that particular field trip, it's obviously not mentioned in any great detail.
Okay, so when this is described as a confirmatory private water supply field survey, it's actually it's not a cohesive, all-embracing document. It's merely a summary of certain aspects of certain water supply.
It's confirmatory in the sense that the supplies that we understood to be present were present and identified, with the exception of the borehole at Craig-and-Ray, which we had sufficient information on through the drilling log, the borehole log, to undertake our assessments. So it wasn't actually necessary to see the borehole. It wouldn't have gained any value in terms of our assessment.
And what I understood of your conversation with Mr. Campbell earlier, you would assume that the area from which the borehole receives its water, call it the borehole catchment, if you like, is pretty much identical to the surface water catchment area that you've identified in your other document.
That's correct. Yeah.
Why would that be? How do you satisfy yourself with that?
Review of published information by the BGS on the specific characteristics of the bedrock and the aquifers at the site quite clearly states, and we can go to the document if we need to, that the groundwater catchments are in correlation with the surface water catchments. The fissures and fractures present in the rock are correlated to surface water catchments.
So if we go to APP 2.6, which I think is the document you're referring to, in the section that deals with Silurian and Ordovician, which I understand is the section that this area falls within, that's at page 35. At the foot of page 35, it says groundwater flow paths are likely to be controlled by fracture patterns and to be generally relatively shallow, with groundwater appearing to be well mixed in the top 50 meters or so in general. Flow paths are likely to be relatively localized, but in some cases there may be connectivity over several kilometers from higher ground to valleys, and the groundwater is often resident in the aquifer for several decades. Now, I think when you were speaking with Mr. Campbell, we did establish that the site was on higher ground than Craig-and-Ray itself was. So what's to prevent this connectivity over longer distances?
Just give me a second, I'll get the relevant information up. The borehole at Craig and Ray is, as I described in my recognition, is screened at a depth. Just got the quote here, bear with me. Here we go. It's screened at a depth of 56 to 64 metres below ground level. The elevation of that in metres above ordnance datum is 176 to 184. The nearest development, T6 Turbine 16, Construction Compound 2, to Craig and Ray is elevated at 320 metres EOD. So it's around 176 to 184. Sorry, compare that to the elevation of the borehole, which it's screened at, 176 to 184 metres EOD. The app 2.6 refers to, gives that diagram which you were just looking at, Mr. Shaw, and it shows that the flow paths are, you can see from the scale there, are generally less than about 100 metres. So, and you also have the buffer, the added buffer of the Cairnforth burn, I think it is, that runs down to the east of the site. And so in essence, any shallow fractures within the bedrock would have already discharged into the Cairnforth catchment, if indeed the fractures were located in that direction. And any deeper ones would also have already issued above the depth of the screen well, either within the Cairnforth burn catchment or on the other side. And the telltale sign that that borehole is not connected to significantly higher ground, i.e. at the site, is that it's not artesian. And one would expect that well to be artesian if it was under a significant elevation or pressure of water.
On the other hand, of course, water does, in my limited experience as an engineer, tend to flow downhill. And if we move on to the diagram, which I think is the one you're referring to on the following page, you do see pathways such as the one numbered 2, which doesn't necessarily, you're assuming when you talk about it being an artesian borehole that it's full from the very top where it commences. The aquifer is full from the very top where it commences to the point at which the borehole is drilled into the ground. Could that borehole not simply be accessing an underground aquifer which is at a much lower level than the surface where the wind farm is to be?
It could well be, and if that's the case, then it's not, as I said, it's not at any risk. It's not in continuity with the site.
Because the water having fallen on the site and permeated through into the ground below, and then followed an aquifer to the borehole, why would that not establish a connection?
There's two pathways in the aquifer, Mr. Shaw. You have a shallow fractures and fissures, which are beneath the weathered bedrock zone, okay, the gravel layer I was describing, and that is the predominant flow regime of the aquifer. The shallow fissures in the top, it says in the top 50 metres or so, okay, and it goes on that diagram there on app 2.6 to state at number 2 you get the occasional groundwater flow through scarcer fractures. So they're already scarce, these deeper fractures, and given the topography and geology at the site, as described previously, the predominant regime when it rains is rainfall runoff, and then so the very limited capacity for any water landing on the site to actually reach the aquifer in the first instance. most of it would result in runoff. And that's why the bedrock geology unit is low bulk permeability. If there was a deeper fracture that occurred lower, but was within the site, there would be no direct pathway for pollutants to get to that deeper fracture due to the predominant regime being rainfall runoff. And then underneath that, you have the gravel weathered zone of the bedrock, which is a preferential pathway for water. And then underneath that, you have the well mixed zone of the top of the bulk of the aquifer, the bedrock unit, 50 meters or so. And that has been shown and described in the BGS document to be in correlation with surface water catchments. So there's all these obstacles in the way before, you know, the already scarce deeper fractures can be encountered.
All the same, that figure 13 does show that there's a, shall we say, a possibility, if nothing else, of what's it referred to? Hundreds of years. So are you suggesting that there's no possibility at all, or just that it's a possibility you've discounted?
There's no possibility of it. That's based on, you know, the evidence you and I are looking at and my professional judgment and experience. There's no plausible risk that there is a pathway from any of the development to that borehole.
Okay, so it's just me not understanding a diagram which at sight looks pretty straightforward.
You understand the diagram correctly, Mr. Shaw. What I'm maybe failing to convey to you is that that deeper fracture flow you can see number 2. If you look at the scale bar on the right-hand side of that figure, it's 150 meters in total. And if you were to draw a line beneath those fractures around the label 2, that would be, say, 100 meters below the highest elevation on that diagram. And due to the elevation differential between the site and the screened intake on the well, any deeper fractures would have already issued above the screened depth of that well.
So you don't see that as a representative diagram, you see that as a categoric, this is what can happen within ground level to 100 meters below.
Well, all we can look at is the evidence base that we have at our dispatch, and all the evidence I've reviewed does not suggest that there is a plausible pathway at all to that borehole.
Okay. Moving on to PWS 03 FERTA. There's a lovely photograph of our front gate, but and I'm sure there are very few photographic studies of our front gate, but can you tell me why it's relevant?
It was relevant in this particular document just to demonstrate that I had visited the local area, the supply catchments, the source intakes, and, you know, the general surrounds. It's just for completeness. Obviously, as you're aware, my colleagues already visited you sometime in 2019, I think it was July, to look at your supply well, and I think you were quite helpful in providing them some relevant information to inform the EIA.
That's correct, they certainly did visit. From my recollection, they stayed about 15 minutes, and it was raining, so they didn't stay for terribly long, but we'll come on to that, if we may, a little bit further on. Can you estimate the distance from the front gate to the water extraction point?
From your front gate to the water extraction point?
Hmm.
Yeah, should bear with me. in the region of 200 meters, 250 meters from the gate in a north-west direction.
And that would be which extraction point that you're referring to there?
The extraction point of your supply well for your property.
Okay. You note in this comment here that access wasn't possible. I've no recollection of any access being requested. Did you try to get access?
No, I think that statement is essentially stating that access wasn't possible because we took it upon ourselves not to knock on people's doors during lockdown. We thought that was a sensible thing to do.
Would you be aware that on the previous day to your visit, the site had been visited by South Ayrshire Council, their landscape and visual consultant, Ms. Anderson, the planning officer, Mr. Edgar, and their enforcement officer, Ms. Loban. Would you have been aware of that?
We didn't get any prior notice of that visit, as far as I understand.
Had there been, when they seemed to find it acceptable to make a visit despite a lockdown situation, but had there been a joint visit with yourself, would it have enabled a constructive perhaps agreement and possibly saved a lot of time at the inquiry?
It's certainly, and I think you know, going forward, that might be something we seek to do at earlier stages of a project. I take that feedback on board.
Have you or any of your minions, isn't the right word, but assistants, actually walked northwards from the catchment, from the extraction point to make a physical examination of the catchment area?
Yes, surveys were conducted throughout the entire site and immediate surrounds during the multiple field surveys that were undertaken to inform the EIA. Not by myself, because I wasn't at the company at the time.
So I'm conscious that when SAC Consulting produced their report, which is SKS 9.4, somebody came for a whole day, looked at the well, walked up the hill towards the north, actually made some comments in that report about there being ditches which run across the contours and have an effect on the water supply. So you're saying that the equivalent was done, but we simply didn't know it was going on?
I can't say with any confidence that every square foot of the site was stood on by my colleagues or the immediate surrounds, but as part of the standard field work, you would look at the local potential surface water catchments near the properties and supply intakes, and that evidence and information would have been used to inform the EIA.
So when SAC Consulting come to the conclusions, I think they do, that, what is it? It says right in the final paragraph, this may require an extensive drainage survey to take place on site to accurately map the zone of contribution. You disagree on that. You're satisfied with the work that you've done and this the flood risk assessment online record or whatever it is that tells you that in fact there's no necessity for that sort of thing?
We've done, Mr. Shaw, is instead of focusing, immediately beyond your supply intake, we looked at the wider catchment and the maximum area of contribution, rather than, a few hundred meters just behind the source. And that's what we've mapped and assessed within our various documents for this inquiry. And that's worst case, taking the largest possible catchment dictated by the terrain models.
Can I just check before Mr. Shaw goes on? The reporter seems to have dropped off the screen, and I'm just wondering, is he still with us?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is Mr. Henderson able to help, maybe?
Hi folks, can you hear me okay? I'm just saying the reporter just disconnected from the call. I'm trying to get him back in, but it may be 5 minutes or something. So if you want to turn your videos off for now, and I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Well spotted, Ewan.
All that effort and nobody listening. It's the story of my life.
Hi, Steve. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, that's coming through loud and clear there.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Can other people hear me now? Yes. Many apologies for that. That was a problem. It sounds like it was a Scottish government-wide problem with our Scots system, affecting all my colleagues as well. So I'm now on a standalone, rather substandard laptop. So we'll see if this holds up to the job. I don't know when you realised that I'd dropped off the call. The last question I've got a note of was a question from Mr. Shaw asking about the visit to his property and whether and that South Ayrshire Council had visited the previous day and whether a joint visit would have helped with South Ayrshire Council. So that was as far as I think I got. Richie had asked for feedback that he'd take on in the future. So apologies, Mr. Shaw, if you went on beyond that, but if you could possibly pick up from there.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you were paying attention, so because I'm kind of lost.
Mr. Shaw, can you?
I was. Can you hear me now? No. Yes. No.
I can hear you now. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Right. I wasn't listening to what I was saying, so I'm glad you were. The question after that I had for Mr. Ritchie was whether he had conducted a physical examination of the area to the north where the suggested catchment area is. The next point.
Okay. So I personally haven't visited that area, but my colleagues would have as part of their field surveys to inform the EIA.
Okay, thanks for that. Coming back to APP 26, this diagram from the Geological Survey and CPA, and referring also to the diagram which I having produced as part of the document SKS 91. I'm just on the basis of those two. Can I just ask you the same question as I asked before? How do you satisfy yourself that there is no chance of water coming to a water supply from a longer distance?
So, as described previously, the shallow groundwater is reported by the BGS to be in continuity with surface water catchments. And the nature of the geology at the site, as described by the cake analogy, you have your glacial deposits and peat on the surface, then you have your weathered zone of the bedrock underneath that, which will transmit groundwater. That's like a gravel, and that will be largely dictated by topography, which, as we know, topography also dictates surface water catchments. And what we've then done, and shallow springs as well, which may occur beneath that, are also reported to be in continuity with surface water catchments. So a combination of those factors and the delineation of the catchment, and the fact that there is water courses which act as a hydraulic buffer from the Needus infrastructure to the source intake location at Verta, there is no risk to the supply, and it is not in continuity with any part of the development.
Okay, so this may sound a stupid question, but on the basis of the catchment area you've calculated, can you hazard a guess how long it would take for a period of heavy rain before we noticed an increase in the flow of the water?
Generally, if it's within the superficial geology that your well is screened, Mr. Shaw, then you might be looking at a hand between a 6 months to a year or two. If it's within the weathered surface of the bedrock, which is beneath the superficial deposits, then potentially between 1 and 10 years, I think the BGS report.
And for the actual surface water courses, there's one, as you know, that runs right beside the well. How long do you think they would take to respond?
Those catchments that come off the hillside round about your property would be quite flashy. So what we mean by that is that they would respond quite quickly to rainfall events. So given the length of that water course and the size of the catchment, you could expect if you were to put a dye trace at the top of that water course to let past your property, it could be an order of hours, potentially half a day, something like that.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. Can just one comment I would like to make, and that's on APP 2.1, drawing number 9 that we referred to before. And I think I'm just reinforcing the point which Mr. Campbell made earlier, that diagram there shows that I could draw in 7 water courses which are not shown on that diagram. And as a result, I'm slightly concerned that actually that diagram produces the correct interpretation, because there are so many more water courses, and that is true of indeed the whole area of the site. That's really just a comment. Moving on to WSO4 White Clauchrie, I think Mr. Campbell asked you about this, but you commented that the water supply was groundwater, surface water, I think, and it was likely once again to come from a fairly short distance. But if I tell you that harvesting work took place 4 or 5 years ago, or maybe a little bit longer, and it was over a mile away from that extraction point, and yet the water at that extraction point was still contaminated, does that alter your view at all as to where the water is coming from?
No, that would actually be consistent with the depiction of the supply catchment and the contextual information on drawing 10 of my inquiry report, app 2.1. Because what we did to provide extra context for these drawings is actually highlight the areas of recently felled forestry and the various quarries and borrow pits that have been used and are used by the Forestry Commission, Forestry Land Scotland, to construct the network of tracks that zigzag their way through the forest. And as you can see from that drawing, the harvesting works did indeed take place within that catchment that I've calculated. So that would be consistent with what I have interpreted.
So that would show that the harvesting was within your catchment. It doesn't actually verify the accuracy of that.
Well, no, it doesn't verify that. It does to an extent verify the accuracy, because as you can see, the red hatched area on that drawing is the extent of previous harvesting works, and the catchment is within that. So it would demonstrate that that is in continuity with that area which was harvested.
So it would demonstrate that the catchment is at least that big, but it wouldn't demonstrate that it's no bigger.
No, and I would refer back to my previous comments to Mr. Campbell regarding the delineation of the catchments and the methodology used for that.
Okay, moving on to coming back to your confirmation site visit document. Moving on to 05 Shallock Well. I guess it's probably repeating the same question here, but it's this question about the abstraction point being in a wet area in an otherwise another area, and you conclude, again, this is a groundwater supply, but you conclude that again it's a very catchment, or relatively short catchment. There's no chance at all of it coming from a longer distance away. And
yes, that's correct. Again, refer back to the BGS document and the descriptions that gives. That catchment has been delineated in using the same methodology as the previous catchments.
And you believe that despite the sloping of the ground, it's quite impossible that we have a situation like such as shown in that diagram, where the water is coming from the other side of the hill.
Yes, that is a product of the terrain, the topography, and gravity, and the land cover at the site. As I've said, the predominant response to rainfall will be runoff, and you can see the infrastructure on that drawing is not located in the catchment to Shallock Well.
And have you walked that area to the north?
I walked some of it, yes. Not right to the top of the catchment, but I walked some of it.
Okay. PWS 06, Mark Farm. My questions are more same sort of questions, with the exception of, I'm quite surprised that you didn't have a borehole.
Sorry, I missed that, Mr. Shaw. You broke up at the end there.
My apologies. My questions are similar to before, but how come you were unaware of the borehole that Mark Farm?
When we submitted our, when my colleagues submitted the information request to inform the EIA and to South Ayrshire Council for records of private water supplies within those buffer zones which were discussed with Mr. Campbell, they didn't return any information for Mark. So as it was on the other side of the muck water, on the other side essentially of a major catchment, which, as I've said before, acts as a hydraulic buffer, and the fact that it's on the other side of the reported fault line of the main bedrock geology, there was no detailed assessment done of Mark within the EIA, and it first became to our attention during a response through the response that South Ayrshire Council provided to the Section 36 application. But even at that stage, South Ayrshire Council did not report that property to have a borehole. It mentioned that it had a supply, a shallow groundwater supply that was of spring and surface water mix. So that prompted me to, obviously had to go out and look at that supply, which is what I did, as you can see on the drawing. And then the presence of this borehole only was brought to our attention, the deep one at Mark, in South Ayrshire Council's inquiry report. That was the first time it had ever been brought to our attention. Sorry, it might not have been South Ayrshire Council's inquiry report. It might have been the inquiry report that you provided, Shaw, with the other residents, Mr. Shaw.
I suspect it was, actually. But
the reason it wasn't known is A, South Ayrshire Council didn't have it on their records, and B, it was considered to be outside the influencing zone of the site, so it was not considered within the EIA.
I'm just struggling, Mr. Ritchie, with one fundamental point here, and that is you've written a report which categorically states that there is no risk to any of the private water supplies of all of these properties. And yet, that is based, I do take on board what you say about members of your staff having visited various parts of the wind farm site and that sort of thing. But somehow or another, it appears to me you've failed to get to grips with some pretty fundamental private water supplies. And I'm wondering how you can be so confident that everything's going to be all right when there are those, forgive me, quite apparently quite large holes in the work that you've done.
Oh, well, to politely disagree, Mr. Shaw, I think there was no holes in the work that were done. During the EIA, the premise of an EIA is you consider the potential significant impacts to receptors, and during that process, the likes of Mark, Craig and Ray, Laglani, others on the further away from the influence and distance and zone of the site, they were discounted from any detailed private water supply risk assessment. And we rely somewhat on the records provided by councils who are the custodians of private water supply registers for Scotland. And as that information, such information was not provided on Craig and Ray, for example, or Mark by South Ayrshire Council during the EIA, I'm in disagreement that that's a failure on our part to identify and consider the potential risk to these supplies. What we did in the EIA, because there were admittedly some unknowns to exactly what the supplies could be, because for example, White Clauchrie, we weren't permitted access, and the information South Ayrshire Council had was pretty scarce. But what you can do in those instances, Mr. Shaw, is you can go through a process of elimination. So the three types of supply you can have is a surface water abstraction, a shallow groundwater abstraction or spring, or a deep groundwater abstraction. And when you look at those three potential sources and the evidence that we have from our field surveys, from our desk studies, from the information the BGF reports, from the anecdotal evidence that we have from the nearby wind farms, which have been constructed for a number of years in the same hydrological settings and in the same bedrock geology, it's quite easy to come to a conclusion that these aren't at risk.
Okay, thank you for that. A very quick question on your precognition, if I may. I don't think you even need to turn it up. You comment on the suggestion that I made about the history of the interaction between certain wind farms and the private water supplies. And you pointed out that the examples we quoted were of a different geological area, and therefore, by deduction, not particularly relevant. But are you suggesting that the local geology in those areas actually precluded the need for a similar assessment to the one you carried out for Clauchrie?
I can't speculate on that, Mr. Shaw. I haven't been involved with those projects whatsoever, so I couldn't tell you what assessments are done and why.
But it would be normal practice, presumably, for an assessment of private and indeed, White Lease, for example, public water supplies to be made as part of an environmental impact assessment for a wind farm. Yeah?
That's right, yes. I could agree with that.
And it would appear that in those particular instances, the professionals didn't quite get it right.
Again, I can't comment on that. I have no understanding or knowledge of those developments. I had a quick look at the setting of them because you had brought them up in your report, and you know, they're in completely different hydrological settings and geological units. So I didn't think it was particularly relevant to be able to draw comparisons to those settings.
Okay. You did explain to Mr. Campbell that you weren't particularly up to speed on the wave damming up on Cairn Hill. However, can I suggest to you that that exercise will tend to slow the flow of water away from Cairn Hill?
To my limited understanding of what's involved initially, it would slow the water down when the drains are constructed. But as those drains then become saturated, and you know, it's for habitat restoration, it's for peat restoration, they would quite quickly become impermeable essentially. So the runoff rates the effect on runoff rates would be negligible because it quite quickly fill up with water, and then any subsequent rainfall events would result in the shed of runoff from these restored areas.
And we have two significant tributaries of the River Cree, being Barden Burn and Clauchrie Burn, both of which originate more or less east and west of Cairn Hill. So you would suggest that those would continue to flow in exactly the same way as they do now once the water had accumulated in the dammed area?
Yes, I agree with that. It's also worth pointing out that where this work has been proposed is at the very upper reaches of the catchment, and they constitute a insignificant size in terms of the overall catchment areas, the area that is affected.
Okay, I was thinking about 2018, which was a very dry year, and the River Cree was one of the rivers which was very significantly affected by that period of dry weather. Would you anticipate that with the climate change or global warming or whatever we call it nowadays, that there's a potential for there to be a larger number of dry?
I think the climate change permutations, Mr. Shaw, are set out, and all the different variations of them are set out in the UK Climate Change Projections 18 documentation, which is available online. I'm not a climate change scientist, so what I can tell you is that there will be variation to rainfall patterns, likely to be increased as we go on, and there will be dry patterns, and they'll be varied. I can't offer more insight to it than that at the moment, unfortunately.
Okay, I've read that document, and it did appear to me to indicate a number of dry years could be experienced in this area. Two final questions. Those two tributaries, one originates on one side of Cairn Hill, the other originates on the other side of Cairn Hill. One flows to the east of Furter, one flows to the west of Furter. What you're saying effectively, even though the general slope from Cairn Hill down to here is approximately 1 in 10. You don't think anything flows down the middle?
Well, no, there's always, there comes a point where you have a catchment divide in any catchment up in upland terrain. And so the shed of water would be dictated by, the topography and the catchments identified.
That's really all. That's really all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for your kind assistance.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Ritchie, can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm having a bit of buffering myself, so I may turn my video off, but we'll keep going as we are for now. I had just a couple of questions. I can. Yes, so just to be clear in my mind about what the risks are that people might be concerned about here. Is this essentially about there being construction work for the wind farm, which will leave unprotected ground, and then when heavy rainfall comes, there will be silt wash off into either a watercourse or into groundwater? It's that runoff of silt, is that the main concern that people would have?
It's probably two elements associated with wind farms in my experience. You would have the silt runoff, which is one factor, and then the other one is oil storage, oil leakages, potential chemical spillages, etc. How those aspects are managed are set out within the Construction Environmental Management Plan within the EIA. There's a technical appendix which sets out the principles of how those risks will be managed. And Chapter 7 of the EIA itself provides some information on specifically relating to protection of groundwater and surface water, what measures would be employed. And as Mr. MacLeod referred to earlier, the conditions that are attached or have been agreed with South Ayrshire Council, SEPA and Nature Scot require the applicant to submit a detailed, comprehensive construction environmental management plan, which item I in that condition is specifically related to water management. And so that document would be prepared by the applicant and signed off by SEPA, the local authority, and Nature Scot prior to any construction being undertaken. And so there are measures in place to control these, well-established measures, I should say, to control these potential risks.
Thank you. So this potential silt or oil spills can then either groundwater, or it can run into a watercourse, or potentially it could soak deeper down through the surface layer into a deeper aquifer. Those are the three things that happen to this silt or potential oil spill, assuming it's unmitigated and a problem occurs.
In an unmitigated situation, you don't suspended solids, for example, silt runoff would only really be an issue in the surface waters because it would be filtered out prior to reaching any groundwater. Hydrocarbons or chemical spillages, again, an unmitigated scenario, would, due to the nature of the geology at the site, largely impermeable soil cover, peat and the glacial till, as described previously, there's very little opportunity for any contaminants to reach groundwater due to that impermeable nature of the cover at the site. Instead, it would be likely to be picked up in transmission through runoff into the surface watercourses.
Thank you. So SEPA talk about the buffer zone, the 200, is it 250? I've seen 250 meters mentioned and also 500 meters mentioned in different documents as the potential buffer zone, but I think it's the 250 meters for excavations of over 1 meter that you referred to. That's talking about groundwater. That essentially is that filtration effect that silt and other contaminants will be filtered out of groundwater within 250 meters as an industry
Yeah, I mean,
norm.
that's an industry standard that SEPA have applied to the protection of groundwater abstractions. Can't speak for SEPA to what every entity what that's based on, but it will be a combination, a likely combination of localized drawdown. So if you, for example, put a wind turbine foundation into a groundwater table, presuming the groundwater table's high, and you might need, you would in that case need to pump out water from the foundation, the drawdown effect either side of that excavation would only last a certain distance, and that effect would only be discernible for a certain distance. And that's one aspect of what SEPA have likely based that guidance on. And there is a handy table in my inquiry report which compares that distance to the nearest, it compares that distance against the buffer distances that are actually provided as part of the development. If you like, I can talk you through that.
Yeah, do you want to take me to it? I'll just dig your inquiry report out.
Table 4.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, table 4 of the inquiry report, page 15.
Yeah.
So you can see there that the minimum required buffer distances as per SEPA's guidance are specified in the second last column, and then the actual provided buffer distances are specified in the last column. And as you can see, we are significantly in excess of the minimum required buffer distances.
I'm just going to turn my video off because I'm getting a bit of delay. I don't know if it's partly this laptop. So I'm still here, but I'm just doing that. Yes, now I looked at SEPA's response to the application, which is CD 2.1.25. And at paragraph 3.2 of that, it refers to the car construction license and a pollution prevention plan for the management of surface water runoff being required. So I was interested in the various roles of the car license that SEPA would manage and the planning process. And I was wondering if you could just address where the responsibilities lie between the car license and the planning process, as you understand it, with regard to this issue.
Okay, no problem. The SEPA, as you rightly say, did not object to the application. And as I mentioned earlier, they are the custodians of the Water Framework Directive, which seeks to protect all inland water bodies, groundwater and surface water. And they are satisfied that the assessment undertaken conformed to their requirements. With regards to the conditions or recommendations that they set out for conditions for the development. How it would work in terms of the car regulations is that the applicant would produce the detailed water management plans and the pollution prevention plans as part of the SEMP condition 19 that's been agreed with all stakeholders. So that work would form part of that. So SEPA would sign that off, but then following that, prior to construction, the applicant would also have to secure a construction site license from SEPA. And again, that a lot of the information that would be used in the SEMP condition 19 would also be included within that. But it also includes specific information that SEPA would request as part of securing that construction site license. Separately to the construction site license, which is covered under CAR, the applicant would also have to secure individual CAR licenses for any works within the development which are covered under the SEPA's CAR regulations. So, for example, watercourse crossings, new watercourse crossings, bridges, culverts, all of that would be covered under SEPA's CAR regulations, and the applicant would need to secure licenses for the design and implementation of those watercourse crossings. Another example would be, say, the construction compound may have welfare facilities on it. And those welfare facilities would discharge to a private treatment plant, for example. The discharge of the treated effluent from the construction compound would also have to conform with the CAR regulations, and the applicant would be expected to secure a CAR license to do that activity as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Maybe as a follow-up, when SEPA are considering those individual car licenses, then would they be considering the impact on private water supplies, or is their remit more narrow than that?
SEPA would now not get involved with, if the development is consented, the responsibility then for the protection of the private water supplies would fall under the South Ayrshire Council. Obviously, the applicant would have a due responsibility to fulfil the requirements of the agreed construction environment management plan, construction car license, and the individual car licenses obtained. But the responsibility for the protection and of those private water supplies and would fall to South Ayrshire Council as part of the Private Water Supply 2017 regulations. Should also be noted that as one of the conditions will also be to conduct routine water sampling and of private water supplies and surface waters around the development, and that water quality monitoring plan would be agreed with, again, all key stakeholders, SEPA, the council, and any other stakeholders. And that water quality monitoring plan would take due cognizance of private water supplies. So SEPA would get involved in it from that element, and the ongoing monitoring of the supplies, pre-construction, post-construction, during construction, would likely produce monthly reports and or at other intervals as seen fit or as agreed with all parties, which would demonstrate on a frequent basis the resulting water quality in the private water supplies and the wider surface water network through those monitoring reports.
Okay, that's helpful. But coming back to the car license, then it sounds from what you're saying as if there's no way I can rely on the car license as a backstop, if you like, to address concerns about private water supplies, this is a matter that I need to be satisfied is properly dealt with at this stage of the Section 36 and planning process. Yeah.
So the condition 19 is as I've said, that is the backstop, that's the safety net, and then following that, a construction car license would have to be agreed with SEPA, and again that will include potential impacts to water receptors, including private water supplies. So there's two key pieces of agreements that have to be reached with all stakeholders and consents agreed before the developer can even put a spade in the ground.
Thank you. Coming back to SEPA's response, which I don't know if you've got that in front of you, that's CD 2.1.25. And at paragraph 4.4 of that, I'll just get it up myself. They say, we agree that the identified private water suppliers are not at risk from the proposal due to their local water environments and respective locations, all in excess of 500 metres from proposed development areas. I just wasn't sure what the local water environment was there. What's they mean by the local water environment?
Local water environment would be a combination of the local surface water and groundwater environment and their characteristics. That's my interpretation of what that means. So
it wouldn't include watercourses then?
Yes. So, surface waters is another phrase used for watercourses.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah. Sorry.
But there are watercourses within 500 metres of both the development and of the private water supply, the people taking private water supplies. But the point is, there's no direct. They're different watercourses. There's not a direct flow that you've identified via a watercourse from a point within 500 metres of the development and one of the properties concerned. Is that correct?
Just want to read that paragraph again. So. Yeah, the way I interpret that paragraph 4.4 is what SEPA are saying is that due to the nature of the local water environment, groundwater and surface water, and the location of the private water supplies being greater than 500 metres away from proposed development areas, that's I think that's my understanding of that statement. What we've produced on our assessments is as I've shown in my inquiry report, although there are watercourses near to the properties, those watercourses are not within the catchment areas of the identified sources. So therefore, they cannot transmit any potential pollutant pathway to the source intakes.
Thank you. I think that's everything I had. Just give me a minute. Yes, you said, I think a couple of times in your evidence that groundwater flows correlated with surface water catchments. I think you were taking that from the British Geological Survey document that we were looking at earlier with the was that with the diagram showing the different levels of flow through the different levels of rock fracture in the underlying geology. Is that correct? That's where you're taking that from?
That's right. That's the key piece of evidence to support that, and also anecdotal evidence from, as I said, the nearby constructed and operational wind farms, Markhill, Aricleach and Kilgallick, which are constructed in the same bedrock geology units.
Okay, then, Mr. Rich, that's all I had. If I could go back then to Mr. MacLeod and see if he's got any further questions for you in re-examination. Mr. MacLeod?
Thank you, sir. No, I don't have any questions at all.
Well, in that case, we'll take a short break there before coming back to hear Ms. Lobben's evidence in chief. So can we come back 3:05? I'll see you all then. Hello, that's fast then. So I'll turn my video off in a moment because that helps me, I think, to avoid any.
It's not on yet. It's not on yet.
Can people hear me?
Can
Yes, very
just,
clearly, but can't see you.
I can just hear you, but there's no video.
I haven't turned my video off yet, but I'll do it now anyway. There we are. Wonders of technology. Right. Yes, Mr. Campbell, can I turn to you, please, to lead your witness, please?
So good afternoon. Thank you very much. Can I introduce to the inquiry on behalf of the council, Ms. Connie Lobban, who is an enforcement officer with the council. Ms. Lobban, you should have in front of you a precognition which you prepared and also an inquiry report. And sir, I will also need sorry. I'll also need the list is too long. I'll just work with those two for the moment. Could we start with your precognition, Ms. Lobban, please? If you don't mind just reading from the beginning.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. This precognition has been prepared by Connie Lobban, Enforcement Officer, Environmental Health in South Ayrshire Council. It follows South Ayrshire Council's statement of case and the inquiry report on the same topic. Number one, I am submitting this inquiry report as part of the evidence on Clauchrie Wind Farm Section 36, application by Scottish Power Renewables. My employer, South Ayrshire Council, is a consultee in this process. I am aware and understand my duty to the inquiry. 2. I have worked in environmental health since 2006 and I am an authorised officer for Scottish private water supply legislation. I have undergone a variety of training within South Ayrshire Council's Environmental Health Service and externally through the Drinking Water Quality Regulator, or the DWQR, Scotland. I have an HNC in Rural Recreation, Tourism and Changes to Land Use, gained at Scottish Agricultural College, Auchengrove, Ayr in 1995. I am not a geologist, nor am I an hydrogeologist.
Thank you. Just pausing there, Ms. Lobban, can you please tell the inquiry what sort of training the DWQR offers to persons like yourself who work for local authorities?
The DWQR offer training and support to local authorities every year, but also as and when required. The DWQR is the body that the local authorities go to for support and advice. Myself and others within the Environmental Health Department, we have undergone training for the Water Intended for Human Consumption Private Water Supplies Scotland Regulations 2017, and also have certificates of appointment and authorisation under the same legislation. I personally, along with others, have attended various workshops with the DWQR. Usually it's through the COSLA building in Haymarket in Edinburgh, although sometimes it's other places depending on where they are. This is considered core continuing professional development. I've undertaken such core continuing professional development training 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. Last year obviously was slightly different, 2020, due to the pandemic.
Okay.
I've undergone DWQR private water supply risk assessment training. That was out on site with officers from the Edinburgh office, the DWQR, and from other councils, and we went out on site to other private water supplies out with South Ayrshire Council to get a feel of different types of water supplies, their sources, their catchments, the problems that are encountered, and things that people on private water supplies may be facing now and in the future, such as development or consternation that might be caused through changes in neighbours and owners of land, etc.
Thank you. Thank
We've
you.
also done other core continual development, etc. this year as well, February.
Is it right to call the DWQR the regulator for private water supplies?
Yes, it is.
Is it right to call SEPA the regulator for private water supplies?
Private water supplies, no. The SEPA, the regulator of the waters out with the private water supplies.
So there's a division of responsibility between regulators.
I would think so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Paragraph 3, please. You don't need to read the headings. If you could just read the recognition, I'll try not to interrupt you again.
Okay. I have extensive experience in outdoor leadership. I have been a volunteer group leader through East Ayrshire Council in the past and through the Bar Hill Centre. I have lived for a good part of my life in properties which were reliant on private water supply, and am from a farming family background. I am giving evidence as an authorised officer for South Ayrshire Council Environmental Health, as required as part of the Council's objection to the application. As part of my work remit over the past 12 years, I have had responsibilities for private water sampling, for risk assessing supplies and supply properties, for grant applications, frequent field visits, for enabling and keeping databases up to date, ensuring that the relevant legislation is being adhered to by all parties involved in the processes. I engage in liaising with property and supply owners, supply users, potential developers, outside agencies, public health bodies, community groups, business owners, and other local authorities. I am extremely familiar with private water supplies within the South Ayrshire Council's rural areas, including the Bar Hill and the Straighton areas. I have carried out numerous visits on a professional basis to private water supplies, their catchments, and their owners in these areas to risk assess, to discuss problems and issues arising, advising, directing, supporting, sampling, and liaising on their behalf. I have extensive personal experience of dealing with the impacts that changes through developments can have upon private water supplies and their varied catchment areas. I have participated in discussions and liaison groups which have led with to the introduction of new guidance and procedures for private water supply protection in rural areas through forestry and woodland management guidance and through updates to the Scottish legislation. I have received instruction and advice where necessary from my colleagues. I adopt the terms of my inquiry report here without repeating it for the sake of brevity. I supervise the preparation of the interactive map brackets SEC 3.1 brackets, which was prepared for me and inquiry by the Council's GIS service. I have read the inquiry report of Mr. Zach Ritchie, the hydrologist, APP 2.1, acting for the applicant, and I respectfully disagree with the conclusions drawn. The conclusions of my inquiry report, to which I adhere, are the implications of the required construction and the vast extent of changes to land use, the remoteness of the private water supplies and properties, the fact that there is no capability of connection to mains water, and probably never will be, and in my opinion, that would pose a serious detrimental threat to the private water supplies and the properties which are completely and solely reliant on the catchments across wide areas. The implications for the future quality and quantity of the supplies and the catchments are a critical consideration. and given that the application is one for consent in perpetuity, it is critical, therefore, that the correct decision is taken at this time regarding fundamental changes to the land and the water environments to avoid unnecessary future litigation. I consider that the applicant's inquiry report APP 2.1 has not demonstrated that the private water supply catchments, the sources and the supplies will be safe in the future, both during construction and during the wind farm's operational phases. It appears that desk studies have been the chosen method. 2.1 EIA, paragraph 7, CD 1.18, and 2.2 CD 1.7.1, as opposed to my request in planning conditions suggested in 2019 for on-site field studies risk assessment specific to the private water supplies and the catchments. Desk studies were the chosen medium until a week before the closing date for the statements for this public inquiry, when site visits were carried out over 2 days in April 2021. APP 2.1, paragraph 5.2. It is stated in APP 2.16.1 in brackets that every reasonable and proportionate attempt has been made to fully identify, understand and quantify the potential risks to private water supplies from the proposed Clauchrie wind farm development in brackets. I am of the opinion that this statement is not accurate. It appears that the APP 2.1 does not take into account that Environmental Health in South Ayrshire Council is the enforcing agency in relation to private water supply Scottish legislation. The in brackets assessment in brackets carried out by ITP Energised has instead focused on comment from other agencies with regard to private water supply quality, quantity, potential risk, and requests for water monitoring, in brackets WQMP in brackets. I refer to my request in the SEC Planning Conditions 2019. EIA
You don't need to read,
R. Okay.
you don't need to read all
Okay.
the numbers.
All the numbers. In EPP 2.1, 6.1, Table 2, Private Water Supply Source Overview, and Table 3, Private Water Supply Summary Risk Assessment, there is information that is incorrect, A, on the source identification and notes, and B, the possible SPR linkage, Table 4. Comparison of groundwater, private water supply, source buffer zones. In APP 2.16.2, the risk assessment, it is stated, in brackets, all private water supplies identified are shown to be sourced from local shallow groundwater and or the local surface water catchments, and that simply is not correct. There are bore wells placed at Mark Farm and Craigenray, both currently used for private water supply. Drilling notes from Mark Farm indicate water strikes at 2.5 metres to 4.5 metres. Some water in gravel bands at 4.5 to 8.4 metres and 45 metre depths in 2009. A description in APP 2.1 5.3.3 states that, in commas, data from the BGS shows the bedrock beneath the study area to comprise a low productivity aquifer, in which flows is virtually all through fractures and other discontinuities, in brackets. In my opinion, this raises serious concern for potential pollution to contaminate private water supply catchment areas feeding the private water supply abstraction points. I note in EIAR 4.4 that 13.2 kilometres of new on-site roads, 12.6 kilometres of upgraded on-site roads are required to enable the development. In the Habitats Management Plan version 3, 5.180 kilometres, that's over 5 kilometres, of proposed rapidly created drain dams or blocks within a 10.45 hectare zone are proposed to prevent the water flow. This poses a potential of serious disturbance to the present private water supply catchments and the supply lines. These may not show immediately, but in future years. There are proposed passing places at every 500 metres, 10 laybys in all, every kilometre, in addition to 9 vehicle turning heads. These present a cumulative risk potential for runoff, pollution and contaminants to private water supply catchment waterways, the water feeds and the tributaries. Access roads, by their nature, create and allow runoff that can be heavily contaminated in many ways. In EIA R 7.6.2.4, 106, the applicant states that forestry removal would increase the risk of erosion and may lead to direct impacts on the water environment, as well as posing a risk associated with peat at Turbine 14 crane handstanding and at the access road. In EIA AR 7.6.3.1, 2, 3 and 4, surface water drainage, groundwater dewatering and runoff through introduction of hardstanding areas is discussed as having potential to increase the downstream flood risk. With the risk of water pollution by soil erosion and silt, there is a high risk of damage to private water supply catchment feeds and tributaries. In APP 2.1, paragraph 3, 3.2, 16 is stated in brackets. It is proposed that one of the temporary construction compounds could be partially converted into a permanent car park for recreational users upon completion of the works, in brackets. This having the potential of continued accumulative effect after development completion. Contaminant potential from unknown hazards in an uncontrolled fashion. The applicant has questioned the justification and the reasoning for the objections raised by Environmental Health, South Ayrshire Council, in comparison to other local authorities. This comparison does not justify the applicant's reasoning that all local authorities should not question or request further information or submit objections to proposed developments on the grounds of potential impacts, both during construction and in future years after construction is complete and the wind farm is operational. In my opinion, this is a duty of local authorities who have statutory responsibility for private water supplies and the private water supply legislation enforcement right across Scotland. It is my opinion that the applicant has not demonstrated succinctly nor conclusively that there will be no source, pathway, receptor linkage to the private water supply, and that construction activities within the supply catchments will not have any detrimental impact on the private water supply. The onus rests on the applicant. The applicant questions the meaning of remoteness in brackets in APP 2.1, 7.2.1, 79. The applicant states the strong sense of remoteness experienced within the forested plateau north of the Dusk Valley, which influences its dark skies in brackets, in a description pertaining to several key constraints in the site selection and design. And in site selection and design 3.3.118, repeats the awareness of that rural nature of the area, in brackets, the surrounding area is rural, in brackets, and brackets, the site also lies within the boundary of the Galloway Forest Dark Sky Park, brackets. Then brackets again, the immediate area surrounding is rural in nature, in brackets, acknowledging the rural nature of the area and the fact it is placed within an area considered special and remote. The Scottish Government's urban-rural classifications of 2016 describe very remote rural as areas that are more than a 60-minute drive from a settlement with a population of 10,000 or more. This means that should a private water supply fail for any reason, there is no likelihood of an immediate or even a fast solution. Also, should the private water supply be contaminated in such a manner that causes illness to the residents within a private water supply household, the residents and families, dependents, and perhaps clients, paying clients, guests, would be placed in a very severely compromised position. This could have a serious implications financially as well. Following my work on this application, my Environmental Health Service has recommended to South Ayrshire Council that it maintains its objection to the Clauchrie wind farm proposal, and that remains the Council's position. That's
Thank
Connie
you.
Logan, Environmental Health, South Ayrshire Council, 4th of May 2021.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, you prepared a report for the inquiry, and I'd like you to turn that next, please. Can you have it? Tell me, please.
I have the inquiry statement.
I beg your pardon. It's called an inquiry statement. You're right. No, it's called inquiry report. It's SAC3. You have it?
Might need to go on electronic. Inquiry statement, did you say?
No, I
Sorry.
did not say that. I said the inquiry report, SAC3.
No. Mhm. Need to pull it from my documents. I've got inquiry statement, I've got precognition. And I don't appear to have the report, John. Inquiry report.
Oh, so do you have it?
I don't appear to have it, no. South Ayrshire Council.
No, I'm asking the reporter. So do you have it?
Yes, I do. SAC 3.0.
Thank you very much. I wonder, Miss Lobban, without the document, if you can tell me one or two things which I'd like to know. Are you familiar in general terms with the drinking water framework, with the Water Framework Directive?
Yes,
And is it correct that there's been subsequent legislation called the Drinking Water Directive?
yes.
And is that going to be, or has that been transposed into Scottish legislation?
Not as yet, but it's in the process, I believe, within the next 2 years. The recast directive came into force the 20th of December 2020 last year.
Thank you.
It takes into account the catchment areas for private water supplies. And although it's a European directive, it looks as if it will be recast and it will be transposed through into Scottish legislation.
One of the sections in the inquiry report, which we don't have, which you don't have in front of you, but you may be able to answer this question, makes a reference to relevant legislation. And one of the things that's referred to is the Housing Scotland Act 1987. I wonder if you could tell me, sorry, can you tell the inquiry, please, what the relevance of that is to the matters we are considering?
The particular part of the Housing Scotland Act is to do with habitable standards of properties, and if properties don't have certain utilities within them, they are not considered habitable. Therefore, for example, if you can imagine, environmental health go out to properties that are rented out to other people, and if they don't have heating or lighting, they're not suitable. Private water supply is part of that, because if the property does not have a suitable potable water supply, and it's got to be a suitable potable water supply, not a bowser. Therefore, if it doesn't have a suitable potable water supply, it falls below tolerable standard. Therefore, enforcement action can be taken if necessary, or you probably find that it's instantly devalued.
Okay, well, we'll not worry too much about devalue for the moment, but I'm more interested in the application of the legislation. Are you saying that if there isn't a suitable potable water supply, that accommodation is just regarded as unsuitable, or does something more major happen?
It's a lot more major. If there wasn't a suitable potable water supply to the property, it's uninhabitable, full stop.
So what happens then?
Well, closure, I would imagine. You would have to leave until some way of finding water and getting a water supply to the property. And if that was a business, it would be catastrophic.
Yes. Is that a matter that you would enforce as part of your duties, or is it something that would?
It would be partly through myself and through the environmental health officers, yes, but part of that would be done within myself as well, yes. I haven't had to do it yet, thankfully.
Okay. Mr. Ritchie, in giving evidence, told us that he looked at the houses which were the subject of your initial contribution to the consultation, and then he went back because the council raised other properties which it was concerned with. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes,
Those properties were, I think, Arnameen, Creeside, and either Craig and Ray or Laglanny. So could we talk about those, please? And I want you to tell the reporter, first of all, Arnameen and Creeside are well outside the red line area, well outside the study area.
that's correct.
Why are they the subject of your concern?
Arnameen and Creeside, although they're outside the study area for the turbines, they are at the entrance, the proposed entrance to the wind farm, which happens to be across the road on the A714 to the already existing Araclo wind farm, the proposed Araclo extension, and proposed Shinmurray access route. I have concerns about them.
Sorry, could we just run that again? You're saying that off the A714, there's an access road already in use for Aracleach and the intended to be at Aracleach extension.
Yes.
And the intended Kermery wind farm, which has got consent.
Yes.
So what, Miss Lovin? So what?
Well, Arnameen is a business. The owners of Arnameen are on a private water supply. They will never have the means to go on to mains water. There is no mains water in the area, not even near. Should their water supply be disturbed in any way, albeit remote, but should their water supply be disturbed in any way, they would be out of business, be out of a home.
Okay, but there's no excavation near their property, is there?
The excavations, not on the side of Arnameen property, but the nature of the water. We've already looked at those properties in depth because of the Araclo application for the wind farm. It's unsure as to where the water comes from. Everybody can hazard a guess. You can hazard a guess with digital mapping. You can hazard a guess from walking on the area. But if the borrow pits further up the road that they propose to use were to disturb ground flow or water flow, would it have an effect on the water supply? I can't answer that. And if there's a risk there, I think it's too great a risk. There's also the traffic proposed going up and down. People think of traffic and the runoff of vehicles and things on the roads, coming off the roads immediately next to where the vehicles are. But that's not always true, especially in dry weather. It can get carried in dust, it can get carried with wind. There's all sorts of ways of pollution to travel.
Just so that I'm clear, we have an access road off the public road, and the access road is not made up. It's not a metalled road, is that correct?
That's correct. It's not a metalled road. In fact, it's still an old forestry track at the present time. I was down and inspected it a number of weeks ago.
Yeah. And this property called Arnameen is adjacent to that road, is that right?
It sits right next to the road, yes.
And it has a private water supply, is that right?
That's correct. It's on the map.
Source of which is not known, is that correct?
It's not known. There's guess has been hazarded as to where the water comes from, but it's very much similar in nature to, I would say, Ferter and perhaps other supplies that I've seen. The water does well up in heavy rain and disappears after a while in the area. But where does that water come from? Nobody really knows. It's not been specifically pinpointed.
There's another property in this vicinity called Creeside, which I think is a stock farm.
That's correct. It's also a tourist business. They have a holiday thing, caravan, what do you call it? The herdie hut type, shepherd's hut type thing.
Shepherd's hut type thing.
Yeah, so it's a tourist accommodation.
Tourist accommodation, shall we say?
Yeah.
And does it have a private water supply?
It does, yes.
And is that private water supply, is the location of it known?
It is, yes. It's on the hillside up behind the farm, about 500 metres up.
Is this on the same side of the road as Arnameen or the opposite side?
The opposite side of Arnameen. It's on the same side as the proposed route into the Clauchrie wind farm would be.
I'm sorry, it's probably my fault. I thought you told me the route into the Clauchrie wind farm was up past Arnameen.
Not past Arnameen, across the road from Arnameen.
All right, so let's be clear then. The Creeside location is a stock farm with a tourist facility, and its private water supply is near or perhaps even next to the route to the Clauchrie wind farm. Is that right? I'm
sorry, could you say that again, John?
Is the route to the Clauchrie wind farm near to the private water supply for Creeside?
It's a distance from it, but the unknown factor of where the water comes from to private water supplies causes worry, causes concern. I also have concern that in parts of the documents where they talk about the transport and the EIA discusses transport and access to the proposed development site, they've also scoped the access road in for larger turbines, perhaps in the future. So that means they're already thinking, or in my opinion, it's already been thought about the future of other wind turbines or more, or extensions, perhaps.
Well, let's try not to speculate for the moment, but that's helpful. Now, you've also mentioned three properties, Craig and Ray, Laglany and Rowntree, all of which we know to lie to the east of the development site.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And those were mentioned by you in your response to, I think,
I have the report. I have the report now, John. It's finally come out.
Thank you. I'm at paragraph 28.
Okay.
Why were these not scoped originally? Why were they the subject of a later scoping exercise?
Maglany, Craigenray and Rowantree. It was picked up on the by SPR regarding I think it was originally Laglany Laglany and Craigenray, but if you're going to take into consideration Laglany and Craigenray, you have to take into consideration the Rowantree and perhaps others that are on the burn, the Rowantree burn.
My question, I'm so sorry, it's my fault, I'm sure. My question was, why were they scoped later and not included in the original scoping?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
You don't. All right.
I don't
Okay.
know. Sorry, I can't answer that.
It's okay. Now then, Mr. Ritchie has stated definitively, indeed beyond reasonable doubt, he says, that there is no risk to any private water supply from the operations which are proposed. You heard him say that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You also heard him say that there is no hydraulic connection between the catchments or among the catchments, and that there's no hydraulic connection between the works or any area of the works and the private water supply catchments.
Yes.
And I think I understand correctly that you don't agree with that.
I don't agree. No.
So I need to find out why not, please. And I don't wish to lead you. I just wish you to take your own time and tell me what it is that causes you to come to a different view.
I'd like to refer to the interactive map if I could.
Thank you. That's SAC 3.2.
Yes. And if we come onto the map, this map was in a response to trying to put over exactly what I'm trying to put over just now in words when I'm not a hydrologist, hydrogeologist. And it was created in conjunction with the GIS department. One of the people there very kindly did this for me. If you look at the map initially, you have all of the layers on it, but the electronic layers can be taken off. First of all, the groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems are there. They're already marked on it. These are the dark brown in nature, and there's copious amounts of them right across the whole area. And if you look down on the map from a distance, I'm zooming in and out of the map, and I'm just trying to instruct how I'm using it to enable others to understand maybe how they should be using it as well. If you zoom out enough so that you can still read the T11, T12, it gives you a good overview of the ridges and the hills, the topography, the terrain, the height, the depth, the fall away, and the fact that the water is running downhill, not uphill, as was suggested. That's the first point I would like to make. Next point I would like to make, I think, is very important, and I noticed that Mr. Ritchie did pick up on this briefly. The yellow dots, if you take off the groundwater terrestrial dependent layer, which I'm just about to do, it clears the map a little bit.
Miss Lobban, can we just take this one small step at a time? To take off a layer, I think you simply click on the
Oh,
Tick-
sorry. Yep.
you
Up at the
click-
top. Up at the top right-hand corner, you've got like a pile of paper or a pile of books. You can click on that, and it will bring up your list, your
Your legend.
legend at the side, and you'll see exactly what relates to which on the map.
And the little boxes which are turquoise with a tick, if you untick them,
It takes a layer off,
it takes a layer off. Is it? Is
and
that how?
that's correct. And if you tick it, it puts the layer back on. So at the top of this list, we have tributary origins that feed into surface water burns, and they're identified by a round yellow dot. Now, this was simply taken straight off the map. Not necessarily SPR, not necessarily South Ayrshire Council, but the Ordnance Survey map. And they are roughly, they're not precise in nature, but they are roughly where the start of the tributary are on the map, on this flat map. Now, when you're looking at a flat paper map, there's only so much information that can be put on before your information's lost. But hence, they mark the major burns of the major tributaries. But if you put these in relation to where the access roads, the new access roads, the turbines, the bases, the compounds, if you see them in relation to where all of the construction and the proposed development and change to the land use, it gives you a better idea of, although the development boundary is a line drawn round about it, flat on a map, when you see it in the topography and you can zoom back out and you see it from an eagle's eye point of view, it gives you an idea of how much water there is on the ground. But, and this is critical, but that's not the only water that's on the ground. These are the main tributaries of a certain size that the Ordnance Survey map have deemed big enough to put on to the map. When on site, when you're out on site in person, a lot of the areas are so boggy it's hard to walk. There's a lot of water there. There's a lot of interconnectedness, and that cannot be shown by a map. The next example I would like to give, if we go to Ferter, which if you look at the wave dams that Mr. Ritchie was talking about earlier on, they are marked in the dark kind of cerise pink on the map. And the properties, if you look at the private water supply properties, they're in a round turquoise circle. And
Just go at walking pace, please, if you don't mind.
sorry.
Sorry, no pun intended.
The private water supply properties are around turquoise disc. The wave dam or the drain blocks, they're taken off the SPR map or the HMP, the Habitat Management Plan map, transposed on. They are deep pink, and if you go to turbine 16 below Cairn Hill, you will see the deep pink drains and lines that are proposed. Those are the first of the proposals. It's not the only proposal, and it states that quite clearly in the Habitat Management Plan.
Did you mean 16 in that reply?
Turbine 13.
You said 16.
Oh, so beg your pardon, turbine 13.
13, right.
Now, those pink lines and turbine 13, if you go directly south, downhill, down gradient, you'll see the turquoise circle, and that is Ferter. If you zoom in, the name does come up. I really should have put the names more clearly on it, but that is Ferter. And if you zoom closer in, you will see the wells, the seep wells, or the wells are marked on the ground.
They're marked with black pentagons, are they?
They're deep purple pentagons, that's correct.
Sorry, deep purple.
And they're just below the major the major burns that are shown with the yellow dots at the top. And they're directly south of turbines 12, 11, 13, the access roads, lay down areas and the habitat management plan or the drain blocking. Although these burns above Ferter, if you look at Ferter property and you have the burns, I would say there's probably 3 main burns marked on the map. One to the left of Ferter coming down towards the wildlife ponds. One above Ferter comes down and joins on to the one which comes in to the right and from the east of Ferter. Although those 3 burns are on the map appear disconnected from this larger Farden burn above, when you're on the ground, out there on the ground, it's very clear the interconnectedness is there, and I would like to refer over to the Auchengrove specialist who wrote the report. And I would agree, there are drainage ditches, huge, deep drainage ditches cut across, traversing across at times, not necessarily north-south, but the traverse across as well. The water has been drained left, right, and all over.
Okay.
Also, the
Okay.
ground is very, very wet underfoot.
Could you stop for a second? In that last answer, you said you wanted to refer to a report from Auchengrove.
Uh-huh.
Is that the habitat management report you're talking about?
No, that was Mr. Shaw had an independent report written.
See, well, so
which I read through.
Mr. Shaw's report. Okay.
Mr. Shaw's report, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
You just have to correct me when I'm incorrect.
Well, I just wanted to be clear, that's all.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to get across without going in too much length at it is the ground is extremely wet above Ferter. It's really, really wet, especially the further up you go towards the proposed habitat management area. It's really boggy, really, really boggy. The tracks in this area are the ones that do exist are old, probably decades old. The borrow pits or disused borrow pits that are proposed to reopen are old, probably decades old, and in some cases completely overgrown. I have photographed them, I've been on site and photographed, taken examples. The habitat management area, basically this purple outline, the purple boundary round about this proposed area for habitat management plan. Have you got that in the map, John? Yes.
Yeah.
Right. That follows the tree line, where the pink worms are, the pink lines are. The purple boundary line follows the tree line. It's an old sheep fence. I've been up there. I've been in the area. It's very, very wet and boggy underground just now. It's a superb habitat at present. There are some self-seeded trees which are fairly mature and should never have been allowed to get to that height, but they could be easily removed. There is an anemometer up in that area, and that's where they propose to put turbine 13 and the new road. If that was introduced, then they would need to restore the peat, and it's clearly stated in the habitat management plan, and it's clearly stated in the EIAR that the habitat management plan would restore any problems that were caused through the construction and the development.
So were not for turbine 13 in the road, would the wave damming exercise be necessary?
Personally, I don't think it would be necessary. The area is very boggy, and is quite alive, shall we say, at the present time. It's very wet underfoot. There's lots of wet peat there. There's loads of running burns, more than is shown in the map here. The tributaries, and some of them are quite deep and they're not on the map here. Again, I took photographic evidence when it was up. The area is quite thriving, I would say, at present. But if you do take construction vehicles in there, you blast, you pour concrete, build massive metal towers, and have maintenance crews going in and out over the next period of however long it's going to be in perpetuity. I don't know how long it will be. And then the access roads coming down below it. You're going to have to do something with the peat, because although the development proposes not to damage the peat, tries to damage the peat as little as possible, they'll have to remove the peat and either replace it somewhere else. It won't go back where the turbine is. It won't go back where the road is. So that will be disturbed forever. That will be a final disturbance because it won't go back into that bit anyway.
In this purple area where the pink worms are, as you call them, there's only one burn shown, the yellow dot. Sorry, there are two, one in the middle and one to the bottom right.
That's correct.
See that? Is that
Yes.
is that a correct portrayal of what we find on the ground?
No, it is a correct portrayal. Yes, there are two major burns there, but no, that's not all there is there. The one to the right-hand side that you see next to the two proposed water crossings at the corner.
Yes.
If you look to turbine 13, come down the new access road, the water crossing turbine, the water crossings which are marked half blue, half black. There's two of them. That's the corner of the fence there. There have been, somebody's had tracked vehicles in there very recently, probably to the anemometer mast. And you can see the depressions in the ground. It's changed the water flow slightly. They've had to shore up and dam up with dead tree trunks on the ground to create a base to get the machines across. That line, the purple line, is the fence line, and all along that fence line is bog, wet bog, sinky wet bog that you can go into. When you go down into the trees, follow the line of that particular waterway down into the trees. It doesn't just go down into that, shall we say, 1, 2, and then the third bigger one. And if you go over on the boundary line of the habitat management plan down to the, shall we say, the point of the triangle to the water crossing, the blue and the top of the black. And that's the larger burn coming down from up where turbine 13 is proposed.
Okay.
That splits into many tributaries, many waterways.
When you started this chapter of your evidence, you started with a reference to groundwater dependent territorial ecosystems.
Yes.
Which is a bit of a clumsy way of talking about boggy ground.
Yes.
If we click on those and take the layer off, and then click again and put them back on, we can see that they're quite extensive across the site.
They're very extensive across the site, and that's my findings in personal visits.
Okay.
And
help me with something, please, if you would. If we look at the map as a whole, we see that these brown. Sorry, I've lost it now. Quite a difficult map to manage this. We see that these brown areas appear to be semi-regular across the site. They seem to be in parallel lines.
Yes.
Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
For example, between turbine 17, turbine 12, turbine 11.
That's correct.
Can you account for that?
Yeah, well, from my observations on the ground is those are the open rides between the forestry sections. That's what I've found, and there's water going down them, and there's boggy ground in them. So therefore, over the years, got to remember the forests would mature up in this area, decades old, and as such, the ground terrestrial dependent water systems or ecosystems have grown up with them, or been able to survive because of the water. The
Can I turn to
interconnected.
something? Forgive me. Can I turn to something else now? Mr. Ritchie has lodged a document, APP 2.21,
Yes,
in which he calls catchment comparisons, and it consists of a series of drawings on the same mapping base, essentially comparing his view of the catchments of the various residences with yours.
yes,
I think you're broadly familiar with this document, are you? Looks
I
like
am. I'm just trying to find it. Okay, got it, John. Yes.
I don't wish to take up the inquiry's time with detailed consideration, but could you please tell the reporter how you have come to place the catchments for each property where you have shown them on the interactive map?
By walking over the ground, basically. I'm not a hydrologist, I'm not a hydrogeologist, and I don't claim to be. I don't claim to be any of those. However, I do have extensive outdoor experience.
Mr. Ritchie's told us that he's relied on the flood estimation handbook and on the DTM models, and no doubt by a process of technical application, he's come to the view he has, which of course we must respect. But
of course,
did you use any technique of that kind?
no, I don't use any of that technique. I'm not qualified. I wouldn't be qualified to speak on it anyway, even if I did have an assumption of it. What I am doing when I'm looking at the catchments, looking at the nature of the land, I'm using my own experience, my experience of having lived in private water supplies myself, my experience of visiting and doing site visits and walkovers of private water supplies. I've been to every water supply on the list. Although Mr. Ritchie states I haven't been, I have been. When you're out on the ground, the interconnectedness of the water is so hard to. It's everywhere. The water connects the tributaries, the burns, not just at Ferter either. I'm not just focusing in Ferter for this. Shallochwell, where does the water come from? There's so much water round about here in this area, but especially up in this area.
Each of these properties uses the same technique, doesn't it, to funnel the water from the ground into a collection point?
That's correct.
And then from the collection point into the residence, into the house. That's
correct. Apart from, well, the collection abstraction points are slightly different, perhaps. Fertus probably more in line with Arnimeen. Arnimeen having the same type of collection into a well as it would have been an older method. You've got to remember the age of these properties as well. They're not modern properties. They date back hundreds of years. Ferter itself, Ferter, the name of Ferter means shrine or a place of a shrine or reliquary. So there's been a sacred shrine or water well there for at least 300-400 years. Arnie means the same. It's the way they sink the pipes down, and I don't just see this here at Ferter or Bar Hill. I've seen other examples across South Ayrshire Council. A very good example was down in Ballantrae, where the the pipe is sunk into the hillside. It's not in a bowl or a basin down low. The pipe's actually high up in the hillside, and the water wells up, and the ground round about it is wet. And it's not an area that you would expect to be wet, but that's the nature of the land, the ground. But the abstraction points in many cases are huge distances away from the actual catchments, and trying to identify exactly where this water comes from. I personally don't know how anybody can do it, whether it's through mathematical calculations or whether it's through extended desktop studies or whether it's through site visits. It beggars belief that you could pinpoint exactly where the water comes from unless you can trace that waterway from start to finish. Perhaps pulling on my own outdoor experience, because when I was an outdoor pursuits leader, having to think up of suitable routes for people, especially if they had disabilities, which is the groups I used to take out. You'd have to then look at the land and the lie of the land in depth. You have to go and do reconnaissance, possibly more than 1 or 2 or 3 visits before you could take a group out into the ground, because Scotland by nature has very wet ground in some areas. But you also rely on other things, other educational perhaps pointers, such as the ancient place names. And the ancient place names, for example, Shalach Well. I remember reading I can't remember the document it's in, but I think it was Mr. Ritchie referred to it as perhaps being Shalach Well as a description of the shallow well, but I think it's a modernisation of the old name Scalach or Scalach, which can mean one of 2 or 3 things in Gaelic or Celt. And it just so happens, I don't think it just so happens, but it just so happens that there is a Loch Scalach further up, and the Loch Scalach is gathering water. So you've got Scalach and a well down below, the Scalach Well and the Scalach Loch. So could that be a small huntsman's place? Could it be the place of the screaming winds? Or could it be the place of the short-stalked, very heavy crops? Because that's what the names could mean. I don't think Shalach. I think the whole, if you look at the older names, look at the history of the area and use that in conjunction with reconnaissance site visits and map reading, then that's the way to get a full picture. I don't think anybody could make a complete decision without being on site, going out on. In fact, it might be a good idea for everybody, all of us, before a decision's made, to go out on site to these properties, to these catchments, and walk from the properties up through what's supposed to be the catchments. And that would give people a really good idea of the ground underfoot.
Thank you very much.
That's all I can say, John. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. If you could find turbine 4, I think we can see Loch Scalach to the east of it.
Yes.
Now that presumably fills up from uphill and empties downhill, does it?
Yes. Is that a trick question? No.
Well, it's sort of obvious in a way, but
Okay.
The water, I think, travels downhill. Well, obviously downhill, yes, but down the burn to where turbine 18 is. I think just above turbine 18.
Yes.
Okay. I think it was suggested somewhere that you had not been to White Clauchrie. Have you been there?
White Clauchrie, yes, I've been to all of the properties on it's we've talked about today, every single one of them, many times, some of them way back to 2010.
White Clauchrie has an abstraction point, I think, close to the house, does it?
That's correct, yes.
It draws water in the same way from a diffuse source.
Yes, I would say it does. It's got a collection point going into a collection tank, an abstraction point going into a collection tank. But when you're at White Clauchrie private water supply, the ground is very boggy again. You've got all the indicator species. You've got the reeds and the flowers that indicate very wet ground, but all the ground round about it is very dry. And if you go up beyond the collection tank and the abstraction point, the ground again can be, you can see lines. If you look at the lay of the land, you can see lines of indicator species lying on the ground and then very dry land. So where the water's coming from is anybody's guess, really.
When you say indicator species, what do you mean?
Indicator species being water-liking plants, such as the reeds that you see growing in bogs and fields, or the bog marigolds, or the different types of plants that there's different indicator species for different things, and for water you get certain types.
One other thing, Miss Loban, I think just one other thing. Mr. Ritchie talked about a construction and environmental management plan, which of course is part of the conditioning of any consent.
Mm-hmm.
It contains prescribed measures which must be taken to protect assets, including private water supplies.
Yes.
Do you have any experience of operating, policing, enforcing conditions of that kind?
Well, when you say operating or policing the conditions of that kind, we've asked for other wind farms to write up plans and have emergency action plans. We usually ask for these in the conditions at the beginning. The water management plan, very successfully used in previous wind farms, where we have the water monitoring, and the results are sent. The results are collected weekly and then sent monthly over to both SEPA and to environmental health. And the water monitoring is started months before construction begins to give a good overview of what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And then during construction, if any problems do occur, it's very easy to see it if it gets into the water very early. Also having contact numbers, 24-hour, 7-day-a-week contact numbers. We shouldn't just be reliant on the policing of any incidents or disasters by the company themselves or the construction company themselves. It should really have a named person or named persons plural, and the owners, the residents and the users of the private water supplies should have an immediate contact number, an immediate contact email address, because they are going to be the people, if it's not immediately noticeable during construction or when work's happening, they are the people that's going to notice it in the water. That happened during the construction of the Araclo wind farms. I wasn't.
You'll have to stop. You have to stop. You were cut off there a moment ago.
Okay. I'm saying to supply the 24-hour, 7-day-a-week emergency contact numbers to all of the private water supply owners and users, as well as environmental health and South Ayrshire Council planning, because if private water supply users notice any problems with their water, they have to be able to get in contact with people. It might not always be obvious on site.
So it may be suggested to you by my learned friend, Mr. MacLeod, that this development could be managed by conditions, and that the conditions are sufficiently sophisticated to protect the likes of Mr. Shaw and the occupants of White Clauchrie, Black Clauchrie, the Mark Farm, and so on. What do you say to that?
I don't agree. I'm sorry, but I don't agree. The reason I don't agree is they're looking at mitigation. It's been put forward that mitigation is the way to go forward. That is okay if you can be connected to a mains water as an emergency supply. That might be seen as an alternative. These properties have no alternative water supply. As I stated, the very rural nature of the properties themselves means that they are not going to see an instant response. An instant response might be a few hours, but that could be catastrophic, especially if it's a tourist business or somebody's already drunk some water or had intake of water that has pollutants in it that cause health problems. Mitigation, if you see something or know something's happening, I keep wanting to do a quotation here, but I better not. I keep thinking, oh, I'm going to say it anyway, Schrodinger's cat. When they try and explain the quantum physics, where they have the cat stuck in the box with a timer and some radioactive poison, and then they close the lid on the box. Is the cat dead or alive? Nobody knows till the lid's lifted. And does the timer go off or not? Nobody knows till the lid is lifted. Does the poison release? Nobody knows until the lid is lifted. And that's the case with private water supplies in rural settings like this. It could be years before it shows. And Mr. Ritchie agreed that it can be a length of time before anything shows in waterways further down if there's a connection. And I'm not 100% certain that they've proved there is no connection. So we're stuck with a Schrodinger's private water supply, I'm afraid. Unless we lift the ground up and look, is there pollutants going down into the water or not? And nobody will know until it's too late. Or they might not know and it will be too late and they end up with some horrible health problem. Or not. I don't know.
Okay, we'll leave it with
Sorry,
Schrodinger's.
John.
We'll leave your evidence with Schrodinger's cat. And
It just keeps coming into my mind that it's a Pandora's box, and it's to have mitigation. I understand what they're saying, and it does work. Mitigation does work. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind about it. Mitigation does work in the correct setting for the correct issues and problems arising. But for a water supply, for someone's human health, we cannot take that chance. And for the water quality and the water quantity, the quantity especially, it's if the water quantity falls and the quantity is not there, where are they going to get water from? And how are we going to prove years later that the wave block, the drain blocks in the wave dam hasn't caused that problem? It's been stated that Araclow, Kilgallick and Mark Hill have been built without any concern, and I would say that's untrue as well. I wasn't immediately involved with Araclow. I wasn't immediately involved with Kilgallick nor Mark Hill. They were before my time. However, I am dealing with a property at present who takes their water supply from a hill below what I now realise is bog restoration on Mark Hill, and drains, but I cannot prove the problems occurring in the water supply are to do with Mark Hill because I've got no way of proving it. Luckily, they have more than one supply, but they have a farm, a going concern, a bed and breakfast, and use a lot of water, and I've been up and down to this particular property for the past 3 to 4 years, so much so that the residents dug down into one of the ditches to see, and the ditch was dry. The drain was actually dry, and we traced the drain back to the edge of Mark Hill Wind Farm, but I have no way of proving that water's been stopped. But there have been, not now, there have been machines on the hillside because I have seen them with my own eyes working. Araclo.
I'm going to stop.
Yep.
Go on, sorry.
No, I was going to say that Araclo, as discussed in the Araclo inquiry, Wood Park did experience problems when there was blasting at certain borrow pits. Wood Park Farm being having a bore well, private water supply, and also a property across from the Bar Hill station was completely cut off. I mean, absolutely completely cut off. Nobody came to me. They were told to go to SEPA. Nobody came to environmental health. And the only reason I found out about it was I was going up to sample a private water supply and came across the construction vehicles and the crews digging the underground cable trench at the time. However, the company did reinstate a new collection tank for the property in question. If I'd been consulted, I would not have advised to have the collection tank where it is now, but that supply was completely cut off.
Right, thank you. I think we can pause there, Miss Lobban. Sir, I have no more questions for Miss Lobban in this part of the inquiry, so I'm grateful to you, Miss Lobban. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, it's 4:20. I don't know if you want to continue or.
Yes, I was going to say that time has drawn on, so I think probably we will stop there for the day. If Ms. Lobban could come back tomorrow and hear the questions from Mr. McLeod and possibly some from myself, we'll go ahead and do that. So that would be us meeting again at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If that's agreeable to parties, we'll do that, and I'll see you at 10.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Thanks. Good night.